I think we're getting back. I spent some kind of look like I'm haven't slept. That's probably because I haven't slept. They moved my office from one building to another building, and everything has felt wonky. So I came into my office last night and started to rearrange stuff. So I'm looking kind of. I don't know why I'm looking rough this morning, but I think it's because I haven't slept much. Let's get into the main screen here. So if I look like puffy or anything, it's because I took a shower this morning, did everything I was supposed to do, but shaved. But I was up late last night. I spent some time rearranging my office last night. All my screeners, I tried a new rearrangement of everything, and I'm not happy with it at all. So I finally got frustrated enough. During my vacation, I took off and moved all my crap, and I was like, I'm going to try this new thing and try that new thing, and I think the old way is better. I'll take a look at Lulu right now. Hold on 1 second here. Normally when they call that stuff Winky, I didn't read it yet, but I'll look it up right now. They talk shit about that ticker. We'll take a look at it. Whenever they do that, though, man, there's usually an escape before it happens. Sometimes you get the initial move, and then it comes back up, and 3 days later, you can escape. Let me check it out. Another thing, too, here is, let me just take a peek here. Yeah, I'm reading about it right now. Cautious consumer spending. That's false. I gotta say something I don't always understand where people come from with their we'll go over it. I was reading this morning an argument for why tariffs still matter, and I can't tell if these analysts are fucking just stupid, or is it just to a narrative? Oftentimes, I was speaking to a guy last night from the street, and he was calling a lot of these analysts dumb as fuck. He's like, they're not the sharpest tools in the shed. And I think Lulu is a kind of a case in point. Kind of related to that. Just so you know, people are spending money still. They're spending money like crazy. And you have to understand that, I repeat this all the time, but the consumer was so well off, and just saying that, the consumer was so well off that people know that. Your county, your city, your county, your state, everyone, your electric company, your water company. If you look at the services, if you look at any of the numbers coming out of services, they've been hammering you now for probably a year. And as soon as Trump won, more importantly, they started ramping it even more, hitting the consumer. Now, the consumer, though, was very well off. So though they complain because, especially in politics season, Biden inflation, and someone has to own inflation, right? So you want the voice saying, or whoever says it the loudest, the most, you end up owning it. There can be some argument that a lot of inflation came from Biden's presidency. If you look at, it's probably a combination of both, Trump and Biden, combination of policy. But the point being is greater than that. The greater point is that no one wants to talk about where we've seen tariff inflation. And the reason why you haven't seen it in durable goods is not because it isn't there. It is there in some products. It is there whether you want to admit that or not. It is. You can point out where you can easily go look on like Amazon Prime or Walmart at the increase in goods prices, especially on like essential kind of stuff. It's there. It's not huge, but it's there. But there's the greater point here would be that durable goods like Lululemon is not as affected as one would think yet. It will be, or it should be in the future, but not to the extent that they're saying right now. Lululemon follows after JPM warns of elevated level of markdowns, cautious consumer spending. Consumer is not being cautious right now. That's my point, is that they're in, like, the consumer is not in the best shape, but they're not in bad shape right now. Will they be in bad shape? More than likely. More than likely going to feel it eventually at some point. So we'll look at Lululemon today. I think that the greater point is that everyone says there's no bears out there. And that is just not the case. Hedge funds, I was reading a report from Friday close that said hedge funds are piling in short again, which is par for the course here, right? You can see it yesterday with the squeezing. On Friday, we got QQQ calls started on Friday. We printed those yesterday twice. And then, of course, we rolled to the downside, but there was a big squeeze in there too, right? And the meme stocks, and Lululemon's not quite a meme stock, but it kind of is. It's in that whole basket of retail favorites is a better word than memes. Not just memes that are running. It's like all retail favorites are running right now. And so we'll take a peek at it this morning and see what the reality is on Lululemon. You got to remember that this drumbeat is there. I was trying to encase it last night in like in a concept of sleight of hand. I feel like the market's in this like big sleight of hand right now. There's so much information right now in one of the slowest times of the year. They're just like piling it on. It's like you got the White House fucking circus. There's nothing else left to say about it. It's a circus. And the White House is a bigger part of this, right? You got geopolitics, you've got tariff bullshit, you've got, I don't know, you got like Epstein stuff, MLK stuff, you name it. It's just nonstop garbage everywhere, right? So it's a literal clown show. And that's only expected to get bigger too. That clown show is expected to get bigger as we move forward. And then we've got earnings, we've got data that becomes more important as time passes. We've got auctions, we've got FOMC stuff, we've got Jerome Powell. I was talking to a friend last night about J. Powell, and does it mar his record that they're even referring him for a criminal case? You know, does he care? Does he not care? There's never been a sitting FOMC chair, so it's just like shit smearing, right? Rupert Murdoch's being sued for billions of dollars. He invariably was partly responsible for Trump to be president, right? He's one of those guys, a few guys that are the brokers of power. So take a look at Lululemon this morning. I don't think that that's completely accurate. The reason that they want to be short Lululemon, you can see why they want to be short it. They want it to, you can see the plane that it's on to drop. So, they might just disappear like rats once they get paid. So we'll take a look at it. A couple things about this morning or today. Let's go take a look at this. So here's SPY right now, right? They're sweeping the lows right here. The market wants to also sweep probably Friday and potentially even Thursday. If you see this first move up right here, there's two important places to be watching here. First one is right around 11 a.m. here. I think that's 11 a.m. on Thursday. And let's just make sure I have the dates right. Yeah, here's Friday. And here's Thursday. We started with the big move up here. They really want to take this one out. I don't know if they can actually get this low to get it. It's right in here. This is what, I mean, that's what they want. But I don't know if they can actually get that low. That would be on the outside range. Still on trend. Let me show you this couple things here. There's two channels there. You've got this channel right here, right? And this bigger channel down below. This was a beautiful wick right here. And this is where it gets important, right in here. See this move right here? The original buyers for the rest of this run are down here. And so if you're going to look for a place where you would return to, there's a few different places, actually. There's one right here. Right there. There's one right in here. Somewhere in there. Then there's this low right here. This is a Friday right here. So that one right there. So you just want to watch these closely today. You can see them already trying to sell it. And you're going to hear bears telling you that this is the market top and all that kind of stuff. Like, hey, this is the top. We're going to crash. Sorry, suckers, all that kind of stuff. There is one note about where we are, too, which is hedge funds. We'll take a look at this first one right in here. It should be right about here. Take a look at that one right there. I want to talk about hedge funds here this morning, and I'm going to explain to you why they're short and what was yesterday. They got blown out. They were expecting yesterday's aggressive selling, like walk into a red market yesterday. Instead, they got their asses blasted, right? Nice, big, beautiful move to the upside. You're going to say, oh, no, Cap, that was for liquidity to get all the way down here. No, that's not what happened. They've been short. They were short, net short into the close on Friday. This is a squeeze because they were short. So let's take a look here. Let me bring this up for you really quick. Bring this over here. I can show this right here for you. I think that's SPX. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. So this is from Citadel, but you can get these from GS, whoever. What's important about this chart here is, can I edit this and I want to put a pen to this if I can. These things always suck here. Mark up. Yeah, I want to mark this up. Mark up. Can I draw on this? Okay, there we go. What you want to be looking at here, excuse me. I guess that's as large as I can make it, huh? If you can see this at home, if you can't, I'll explain it to you. But here's July. This is SPX daily returns heat map since 1928. It's a little bit different the last 5 years, but more importantly, you got to remember these analysts, these traders, not the systematic traders, but the I forget what it's called when they can put their own input into it, but they're looking at Easy Street. If you look at July, right around here, the 18th. All the way down, you could call it right here. I'd say right here. 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 2nd and 23rd. These are all basically red days right here. There's a green day in here. And then some kind of just floating around. Yeah, it's not really too much of a down day. 0.03 is not big, so you can kind of like get rid of that. And this kind of cancels all this. The greater thing to be looking at here is this 3rd week. And we're slow on news this week. We've got 3 major reports and then a big bucket of reports. But this key here, is the bet that this week is going to be red. To some extent, we're going to get some down. We'll just get rid of that. And so you want to see, or you want to be watching. Here we go. They're buying this right now. So they want this week to be red, invariably. And today is only the 2nd day of the week. We got 3 more days left. We've got a tech report on Wednesday, but we're not red, are we? And this morning we are red, but big squeeze up, right? And rage from these hedge funds that are short. 3rd week, not just net sellers, but 3rd week of short the market. So the general idea here is this. As we progress to go to the upside here, right? However long this lasts, just look at this here. As we progress, so here is, here's the 31st, right in here. And as we grind higher, we're into this like spot up, vol up type trade, right? You're going to see this like whipsaw action. And you'll see dealers get involved in this. You'll see shorts piling on tops. They don't care when the roll comes. They don't care if it's now. They don't care if it's all the way into September. They really don't care. They're going to get short on every high until one of these bad boys, breaks, right? Breaks. They don't care if it's going to do this. Just every high these hedge funds are short. They're going to go up there and they're going to ping it every time. Bam, bam, bam. Every time you're up here and be looking for that final, whatever you want to call it, unclench or final roll or whatever. So you're going to expect this to happen, but more importantly, this week in particular, this is one of the windows. Like this week into Friday is one of the windows where historically, if we were going to lose the market, it would be this week. So if we're gonna lose market, they wanted this shit to start on like Monday, Tuesday, get under here, the same bullshit, right? Just roll it all the fuck down. And more importantly, what they're hoping for is I always want to think about or simplify. Realized and I want to think about volatility like this, or one aspect of volatility, which would be, hey, we've got some expected volatility, right? We have an event. We have a weak week. So I want my down. That's their point. I want my down, bro. I want my down week right here. Now, if anything else makes it break trend and break trend and it can get realized volatility, even better. If I can't, I'll just keep doing it until an event triggers that roll. So you have like expected volatility related to some kind of event, and then does that event produce realized volatility? Whenever it does, there's an expectation that it will. Either now this week or in the coming weeks, right? That heat map shows historically in the middle of September, or excuse me, by the middle of September, it's a shit show, right? Let me bring that chart back up here. Right? They're eventually bound to be right. If you watch my cursor in here, here's July, right? See See the light orange, a little bit darker red in here, right? So I want my red week, bro. These are a little bit lighter in here, not so much red, but not great returns. But I want to draw your attention to August. You have another little bit of a down moment here, down moment here, here, and here. It starts to increase, right? August, a little bit less returns historically. But then by September, historically, you can see some blood in here, can't you? You see some real doom in here, minus 0.21, minus 0.17, minus 0.15. So eventually, they're going to be right. So stay at the top of the key, hammer down, right? Stay at the top of the key, hammer down until you get that big roll. Whether they don't care if it's July, August, September. They don't care if it's August. They don't care if it's over here. Or not, sorry for saying August. I mean October. That's the 9th. This is the 19th of October. Look at this October, right? October, 22nd, 0.23, 26th of October, 0.23. As a matter of fact, my hedge is. This is why my hedge is way out here. My hedge is the 17th, right here. Right here, 17th. Trying to capture all of this in here. Some of the lowest returns of the year, eventually, usually. September in particular is one of the lowest returns of the year. So just note that they're going to be up here. And note that it's a hallmark. A hallmark of these spot up, vol ups in this season. A couple of the hallmarks is this whipsaw effect. We're whipping up, we're whipping down, we're whipping up, we're whipping down, and we'll even likely make trips to the daily trigger once or twice during this process. We're going to look at a couple of years here really quick. So I want you to pay attention closely to this daily trigger in particular and this upper trend up here. So if you're a trader that's like, well, Cap, I don't want to get eaten alive in here, you should be widening your horizons. Hey, I'm short up here, trying to get long down here. Hey, Cap, I missed this one, bro. We'll eventually get down there, right? And you can keep pinging it. And I want you to see this same thing over here. This low over here was a nice low to buy. And then this one over here was a nice low to buy. And I want to take you back to some other spot up vol up situations so that you can see what I'm talking about here. Let's see if I can get this on an hourly basis here. Here's one right here. This is the June and July spot vol up. We touched the daily trigger here. We didn't hit in particular. We did not hit the. Let me show you a couple things here. In particular, in 2024, we were a little bit. 2024 was a little bit of a hard one to see when the top was here. But I really want to show you something else here. Now, you can't see it on this one here. It's going to take me all day long to show you this. Let's take you to the 30-minute here in 2024. So this spot up bulb is a little bit different. But in particular, what was important about this one was daily velocity. You could actually see the peak in daily velocity back here. This is a very rare reading right here. If you see this daily velo, this is at just at right about 105 right here, and this one right here is pretty big. This is a very rare peak, and this you can see right before the roll. We peaked out on daily velo. We're not in that situation right now with daily velocity, so I'm not as concerned with this one. But in particular, in 2024, we still held. What was notable about 2024 was we held the daily trigger the whole way up. We never did backtest that daily trigger. We just like super ramped in here. But what's important to see about this stuff is the whipsaw effect, like vertical, straight down, bought the dip, right? Vertical, straight down, bought the dips, vertical, straight down, bought the dip. It's just this whipsaw, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Huge print, straight back down again. And these things are, I guess, I don't know if you want to call it chop so much as, and look at this ending here. Look at this, this like big move higher, lasted for just a minute, straight back down again. If you look at these dates too, they're important. Big print here, right? Big nothing, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. All of a sudden, big ripper print into Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. 8:30 in the morning, catch print. Way down here again, Thursday by 4 p.m. And then look at this, Friday, all the way up into 1 p.m., another print. You know, you're just like, oh, it's all over. Nope, it's not, right? Big, huge move up, coast to coast, big, huge up, down, big, huge up. You know, this is all else equal, right, is what they say. When you have volatility on spot up, all else equal, it's up, down, up, down. It's not as stable as you'd expect it to be. Now, one important, or two other important ones, or three other important ones would be 2021. Go back to an hour over here. Where am I at? Right here. There we go. Here we go. Sorry, they have to find my place here. This rally in particular is being related towards 2021, and or looks like 2021 to a lot of the street. Here's July right here. And I want you to notice this one right here, this big move right here. This move didn't end until September 3rd. It was marked, though, by returns to the daily trigger the whole way up. This is where range was a little bit larger. And still some big moves down, right? Big plunge here, big plunge here. Another giant plunge, grind, whipsaw, plunge down. And I think Rubner spoke to this in particular, saying just hold on until about middle of August. His thought was catch this print and be out of market, as the roll should happen. Or instead of timing it early, time it a little bit. I think he said middle of August. He's bullish until middle of August, which would be right about here in the 17th for a print. His point was stay long, get long, buy these lows in the daily trigger. If we take any trips down there, catch along with a nice call spread, and then try to be out of markets mid-August. Because things usually do get spicy coming into September. Now, I want to show you something more important than this one, which is 2018. This is Trump tariff. Oh, no. I got to go on a 4-hour maybe. Hold on here. We'll try this on a 4-hour. What I find fascinating on this is 2018 Trump tariff 1.0. And we have, let me come back in here. We have the squeeze up on the election jubilation. The original seasonal weakness here. And we didn't price in tariffs until later in the year when they were what? Finalized. Back over here. Now we front ran a little bit of this. Front ran a little bit of this year instead of the back end. We did it on the front end. But we still don't know if tariffs are at 10%, 15, or 20, or if we ladder trade war even more. Now it might not be us doing that. But we have to look towards this at the end of the year. And what else is particularly interesting about this is the summer trade that took place. We have a roll down here. This is the 12th of July. Or excuse me, June, excuse me. 12th of June, blast all the way down for a major pullback here. And we started grinding higher into July, and we traded all the way up into October 3rd. So this is a late summer trade. This thing moved and moved and moved and moved and moved and moved. And what marked this time period was just like that last one that I showed you in 2021, we had a few trips back to the daily trigger. So 2021, 2019, trips to the daily trigger. And we held it and held it and held it and held it. And like 2024, our monthly and quarterly velocity, and to some extent weekly velocity, matches this same time period. I think if there was a spot up, vol up, or an extended summer trade that matched better, of all these years, right? If you, like when I was posted that chart showing you, I think it was like an average of the last 6 bull runs. It included this 2018, and this 2018 was marked by returns, but hold, returns, hold, returns, hold, and the velocity matches the same velocity as today. We can probably use this to some extent as a model in case we do trade up all the way into the end of September. And we're only in July right now, July 22nd. And we can probably, let me see if I can show this to you really quick. I'll bring this back over here on a daily basis, kind of show it to you. Kind of fix, let me get up here. Show you how it matches. If you check velocity right now, I want you to keep your eyes on. I want you to think about. I want you to really think about the unknown impacts from tariffs. I want you to think about how does this impact the economy? How does it impact unemployment, employment, inflation down the road? Not today. And that they are probably aware of this damage coming. They want to keep you calm now, but not in the future. And what bothers me here is this accumulation. This accumulation on higher frames. This is a quarterly accumulation here. You can kind of see where these past accumulations are back here, these highs. And this monthly accumulation is getting a little long in the tooth. Not quite today, but soon. And what you end up seeing is you see a divergence in these higher frame velocity. This momentum gets lost. And I want you to also check this one here. This is the weekly velocity. It's just starting to pick up here. It's like of a down early week, and then we come from behind. And this kind of supports the market for right now, but not down the road. This will begin to roll over at some point, and you'll see this roll early. Normally in the first few days of the next month. This would be in like the first few days of August, first few days of September. Just start checking these higher frame velocity and monthly and quarterly, and I'm going to show you this right now. How this happened in 2018, and when we mark these highs on this higher velocity and start to diverge from price, it's normally a major market top. So I want to show you 2018, and here's one right here. It's very similar. If you look back just right here, this is 2018, right where we are right here. I want to show you that. Do you see how this weekly ramped up? And this this monthly topped, big, huge top, big, huge top. And it was marked, more importantly, by a drop just a few days. I want you to see this right here. Do you see this? Change. Yeah, there you go. You see this right here? This was this is October 3rd. And you see this big drop right here? Boom. Right? Divergence. Divergence. Right? A little bit of this one doesn't matter as much, but this matters. You see that nice little ramporama? Here's July, here's August, here's September. Very similar, right? Weekly is just getting started. And just as you come into October, there's a drop on this. And let's just see where this lined up. See where this lined up with price. Yep, way farther down. And you can see that before the drop came, it was predictive. Just a few days, just a couple days before, you could see the drop coming in the daily, see the drop coming in the weekly, see the drop coming in on the monthly and the quarterly, and then wham, straight down depths of hell, October 3rd. So we'll watch this closely. In terms of velocity, you can kind of see it's kind of the same setup. It's not even kind of the same setup. It's literally the same playbook as 2018. Spot up, vol up, trade into the end of summer. So we'll watch this closely. What you want to be paying attention to, of course, would be we want to be paying attention to, of course, down here are the weekly closes on Friday. Are we closing on a high or a low? And then do we get a drop in particular, and more than likely around the end of the month, start of the month? Call it like the 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, somewhere in there. You want to be paying very close attention to higher frame velocity on these quarters and monthly basis. And see if it'll provide a sign for us for the actual top. So that we're not walking in, or you're not walking in, and you're like, oh my God, everything's going to be awesome today. And they just like red bar you down. Next day, red candle down. Next day, you can't even escape it. And I want to show you this one last thing too here. Look at how ugly this one was right here. And this one was pretty nasty. There was no return here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days stuck underneath the daily trigger. Then look at that drop right there. That's just vicious. And this drop too, another note about this drop is how much it actually dropped. Take a look at this. So when you see this velocity in these higher frames begin to diverge, it's no joke. You know, that's 20%. And this thing went down from October into December 27th. It went down for can you imagine, like, no holiday rally? Can you imagine just being like, bro, we're going to get a holiday rally in here? Nope. Holiday rally, bro. Nope. Holiday rally, bro. Nope. Bro, I'm telling you, we're going to do a holiday rally. And you get a cross of the daily trigger and the weekly trigger. Right there. This is like a death cross, right? Very similar to a death cross. But this one's legit. Can you imagine seeing that daily trigger cross in the middle of fall? It's telling you that we're going to party time to the downside before we even get there. And it's hands off. Right? Shanked all the way down to the depths of hell. There is some light at the end of the tunnel. And that would be that in the 2018, 2019, we recovered and continued higher. And so you'll sometimes hear me say things to you like, if you're long into the end of the year this year, you may want to push it out into that February for a February print. very common these days to not see a full holiday rally with a print until February. So if they do if we get screwed this year in a holiday rally, I'm not guaranteeing that we're gonna, but if we do, you want to be pushing out. So if you got a hedge on the markets, you want it to be late, probably into November, and just to capture it whenever it happens. If it's not sooner and it is later, you can capture it. And then if you're trying to get long, and whenever that roll comes, whether that's now, next week, it comes, I don't know, mid-August, comes middle of September or whatever, and you're going to buy that dip, instead of just going like December 31st, you want to be pushing that out to like a Feb OPEX, March for a Feb print, or even farther, like April, May, and print it in February and close that trade out, or even farther out in time. Some of you guys like getting calls that are a year or two or whatever, but just note that print might not come until later in time. Now, do I think that next year is going to look like this? I doubt it. I don't see this trade continuing like 2019. I'm not in that boat of thinking right now that we're going to continue that on. I think that we're going to feel that pain by the time that we get to springtime at the latest. And I think if we can get price up there enough, I guess price that can to some extent matter. But I do think that the way that this velocity is looking, you're likely going to see whatever that February low is of next year, February, March, or whatever that they're gonna try to bring price back up to a new all-time high. We're gonna fail it, go down into the summer and fall, and then it'll be a tax loss harvesting type end of year, where we don't make an all-time high again that year. And that would be the beginning of your recession. You get it in 2026. It's like starts in 2026, the thought process of a recession, and then it really ramps up in 2027. And not only that, you're going to have a new Fed chair, and that new Fed chair is going to be able to come in and placate us with a bunch of cuts at some point. Like Jerome Powell should be leaving office with this market ready for rapid cuts to help stem the bleeding of the effects of tariffs down the road. And I'm on that camp right now. I'm trying to find a reason for real true tacoing, where he rolls all of this stuff back. I don't think that he's going to do that. When I look at the factory builds and the machinery manufacturing going on for machinery in the U.S. right now, the factory builds in the United States, when I look at the trade war as it stands right now, when I look at the GDP spend in Europe, when I look at even how we're arming Ukraine, I am on war. All I see is war right now. It's glaring. Whether it's hot or cold war, I don't think it matters. I think that comes to roost. So that's the page I'm on. I can be persuaded that we'll get a taco or a burrito reversal of all of this stuff, but I don't see it. I don't see it in what we're doing with immigration. I don't see it with what we're doing with trade policy. I don't see it with what we're doing with GDP, military spend, dominance of the dollar, trade with China. We're going all out. This reminds me of my time in the military too. A lot of people think that like the U.S. is unwilling to assert its dominance in the world, and that's the farthest thing from the truth you could ever think. It really is. Go back over here. Take a look right here. Look at that. Up and down. Put this over here. I'm going to take a look at the 4-hour one more time. Make sure that none of this has changed since yesterday. Let's take a quick peek here. Hold on. That one's still valid. That one's still valid. me check these really quick. And nothing's changed here. It's all good. Seeing a little bit more down here. Little bit more down, maybe. $30. I'd like to see just a little bit more. I don't know if we can get it, but right in here. Let me drag this into the close today. Premium discount. Nope. I don't want that on there. I don't want pivots. I don't want any of that. There's SPX Gamma down below. Let's see if we can scrape this down below here. 625.35 is the target. There's no nuking. There's no nuking. We already know where we're going. We had this last night. This isn't from this morning. This is from last night at like 9 p.m. No, maybe earlier. I think I posted this in Pro Chat like at 4 p.m. yesterday. On here. One. There, right there. This is about to turn up and start ramping again. I don't know if they're going to drag us through into the close, but it's possible we could drag here all day long till like 4:30 or even the open on on Wednesday morning. The ramp will probably take place the close or open Wednesday morning and ramp it up into Friday. It's a pretty good place to buy a dip right here again. I was just considering adding again. Looks like it's stalling here. Thank you. Hey, look at that. Who said anything about bear suit? Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. It's like too easy money. Treasury Secretary Bessent in a Fox Business News interview stating he expects to announce a quote a rash of trade deals over the next coming days. Remember, that's Bessent's idea of a trade deal is what the U.S. presents, not what the country accepts. He expects them to announce a rash of trade deals over the next coming days. Deals will include investments in the U.S., such as autos and pharmaceuticals. Bessent changing his thesis to August 1st being a hard deadline for all countries. Tariff levels will boomerang back to April levels, but that doesn't mean talks are over. Negotiations will continue. China should concentrate on building a consumer economy. He wants to talk to China about purchases of Russian oil because they are funding Putin's war. That's bullshit too. Hold on, I got to do something. He wants to talk to Putin about purchases of Russian oil because they're funding Putin's war. Just a note here that the U.S. also buys Russian oil, normally through India. Another target right up here. If you're a little bit more FOMO-y than I am. I didn't know how to put it in there. I didn't know how to I didn't know how to type it. I should have typed it lower, I guess. It's a nice trade. There's a little bit more up to go right here. I just didn't want to take it all the way up here. I bought this like right here. A little bit more. Maybe one more down and then up right here. It's a nice green day again. So he's saying he will meet with China's, so you know that's bullshit, by the way, about the Russian oil. He will meet with his China counterparts next week to work on the extension of the trade deal. He thinks he will get things done with China now that trade has settled in. That's horse shit. That's more horse shit. Tariff revenue will be $300 billion on an annual basis and $2.8 trillion over the decade. He wouldn't be surprised if the U.S. can iron things out with Japan. There is nothing in Jerome Powell's legacy that tells him he should resign now. If he wants to finish his term, he can. You mean he will, right? He will. He will finish his term, Besant. Like, if he wants, but if he wants to resign, that is okay with him. These two guys eat lunch together like once a week, supposedly. Tight here. All right, let me just check Lululemon really quick. I promised I would look at this. Hey, there we go. Perfect. It's a nearly perfect trade right there. Let's check Lululemon really quick. They got a lot of doom going on with Lululemon. I don't know if I agree with that. Downgrade Lululemon? Let's look and see. Yeah, it does look like shit, doesn't it? There's like quarterly accumulation, but I mean, shit, you'd still be sitting in this for like 3 to 6 months, right? The daily looks good today. The weekly looks like shit. Monthly looks like shit. Quarterly looks okay. It is sitting on its 6 month. So this is on a 30-minute basis here. I kind of want to buy it right now. I don't know. It's I can see why Winky wanted to buy it. Just take a look at prior. Are they trying to close all these gaps down here? $67. There is a lot of gaps back here. It's trading its half of its recovery from COVID. This just looks like accumulation distribution. So they got a price target of $100 probably. What's the price target for Lululemon? Rating is neutral. Price target change 303 to 224 to $79. $79? Really? I don't know. What are they trying to do? Just close out all? Look at how fucking lazy these guys are. These guys. This is Lululemon. So here's $68. Here's $78 right here. Trying to take this back to April of 2018. And they want to close the gaps. They want to close this gap right here, $70. And there's another gap right in here. I think that, are they late to the party or maybe not? I think they're late to the party. I can see why they want this down here. They want capitulation. You can see it right here. They want this last little bit of capitulation right here. Yeah, they might get it. And there's a big cluster here too. You can see that they want this drop here. They want that capitulation move. I'm gonna set an alert down here. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get that whole thing. Maybe. I mean, if we roll the market at some point, yeah, I can see it. Not only that, this is due for tax loss harvesting. I can see where it comes from now. This stock has sucked all year. This is a prime candidate for tax loss harvesting for the downside. This is February 5th right here. Never recovered. Yeah, I think you might be right there, Winky. See if they're going to break through this right now. Oh, they're reining in now. JPM says vol is cheap. Had some August 1st expiration downside protection via SPX or SPY put spreads. Where, right here, JPM? You want to do it right now? Like JPM's like, we made our first leg down today. We're still on trend. I don't know why they're getting so vicious. We're actually right back where we were on Monday. Monday lower, come right back into it right now. These guys fucking never stop. Leave that one right there. I think the $79 price target for Lulu is probably correct. It's probably lower. It's probably $70. There's 11. 11:30 and 12. That's what we need to know right there. Don't wait till 12 p.m. if we're going to take any kind of put. It's like 12 p.m. I don't like that there either. Close that. Tighter, guys. I'm rearranging all of my screeners right now. I don't like that right there. Rid of that. Can do with that one. That's cool. Close that one. Put this one over here. Watch for this cross above here. I want to see one more upside move up here and then the roll. The target was hit.
So keep in mind, in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be greeting the Philippine president at the White House.
I think 10 1 second, guys. I got something going on. Can I move that one over maybe? Yeah, I like that a lot better. What's going on? There we go. My internet's stalling or something. I'm not quite sure what's going on. We're like straight pinned in here. This is all good. I like this. All this, there could be one more sweep lower. Maybe one more sweep lower, but I don't think so. We'll see. We could just drag sideways here into the bell. There's one more small sweep lower, but this is probably it.
So we're just over 5 minutes away from the top of the hour, where Trump is due to greet the Philippine president at the White House. We've got a live feed of the front of the White House, so that's on the feed for those interested, just in case that Trump does answer any questions there.
I'll play this for you guys. Hold on.
Yeah. Let's just, no. You have your wireless on? I'm only going to come by the point of I don't think.
You got fucking like. That's right. Squeeze those fuckers out.
his right now. Take his right now. Right?
Well, take your time taking the morning. Move it out of the way. Just hold the spot for in case you decide. Is it 11:30? I thought it was 11. So they moved it. I thought it was 11.
You're supposed to be 5 minutes, but clearly that's not happening.
They haven't changed.
I haven't seen it.
As I said, business going up because of cost.
Winner, guys. Don't say that.
Johnny Mac, or let me know if you change your mind.
Hide that over there.
They know. They'll know. Usually it's just kind of like, yeah, if I were y'all, would be kind of like just right here so you can, I mean, this helps, that ends to more volatility.
The sound of jackboots. I read that. Who said that? Sneaky CDN. You guys are killing me. Sound of jackboots. We like to see the world on coke in perfect harmony.
I'll massage you later.
All day, every day.
Oh, good.
We gotta wait till like 12 o'clock. Yeah, look at that Reddit. Woohoo! Reddit cranking right now. Oh, dude, this might be the breakout that we're looking for in Reddit, right? That was a fucking sweet-ass backtest. That was near fucking pinstrike.
Put my whitey on. What are you talking about? This is better. This is better right here. Thank you. It's good. I'll get
I'll post it on Twitter for you. No. Post. That's like near perfect wick down there. And did you notice how it's got the higher low on July 16th, the lower low on July 18th, and then the higher low today? They're perfect on Reddit. Check out Reddit if you haven't already. Look at it on a 4-hour basis and the wick on 4 hours. It's absolutely perfect. Structurally, it looks gorgeous. God, sitting at attention like that, well, they got special breeds of people that do that. They usually take, or oftentimes they'll take new soldiers that have experience in marching band for these kind of jobs right here, like this guy right here. They got dudes like some countries they'll like these guards will stand like this all day long, 12 hours. The U.S. doesn't do it as much because we're a better fighting force. But if we weren't, we'd have a lot of money, we'd be doing a lot of that right there. Did I put that song in your brain now? Now it's in your head, right? Fuck all of you. I do that sometimes in the morning intentionally. I'll be like, I'm going to play this song. I'll post it on Twitter, a song, and then I'll like get it stuck in my head. And then I'll sing it here in the show, and I'm like, I wonder if it's in their heads now. What's that goddamn song he's humming along? Bring this back over here. There's like, yeah, we could scrape this down here. There's one more lower level here. Let's go look at it again. A larger frame. There is one more, like, I don't think we hit this though. I think the only chance of us hitting this is, so I want to show it to you right here. So this is what all the crazies are talking right now. They want to see the world burn. They want to see like 617, 620. Here's your weekly right here. I don't think you're gonna hit that. I think your best, like, I think give this like a like 5% chance. This one right here. Give this like a 10% chance. And let's check this. Was Thursday, 11 a.m. Right around there, about there. That's 5% chance, 10% chance. Right now. This is probably this one right here is pretty good. This one's like 30% chance. This one right here, yeah, that's low too. Maybe 15. Very low chance that you hit these. Super low. Now, if we talk about end of month on a 1 hour basis, we talk about end of month, there's some potential there. But even then, the problem is, yeah, there we go. Even then, the problem is what? Yeah, that's what the problem is right there. There's your problem. See it right there? So this daily trigger will race up here in the end of month. And right on the 31st, that puts you at right at our 30%. We're about there. So even if you were going to hedge, you'd want to hedge up here. Up here. Not down here. Up here. Sense? The answer is no. No, you're not getting this today. We could scrape this, though. Could be a little bit more scraping in here. A little rejection down here. And then super ramp into our ERs on Wednesday. Fuckers want to see the world burn. You're not even under the hourly trigger right now. I mean, you are, but you're, you know, not really. You're like, still got like, still like up here. Still waiting on the presser with the president. Trump's probably in there like telling the Philippines that he's going to send Chuck Norris and to the Philippines to fight crime wave or something. That's something fucking whacked out. Looks like Paramount's caved to South Park. $1.5 billion deal. God damn. Fuck, it's so much money. No, they don't have micro movements. They teach you parade drills. There's like 21 movements for like an inspect arms. I used to be pretty good at parade march. I was pretty good. I took an affinity to it. I went to basic training twice. I had to lie to get back in. So the first time I went around, we spent no time on drilling, and the second time I went around, I was in with women. I forget what they called it back then, but we still had like OSIT combat arms training, which is men. And the second time I went around with women, and we wore like sneakers, and we focused a lot on shit that we never focused on when I went through the first time around. Like stuff like stuff like marching and shit. I liked it. I always enjoyed that aspect to it. I had fun. I think I got an award for. I had this like old school Korean sergeant major that did the inspection for us, and I won out of the whole battalion. But I was already in the military, so like I already knew how to clean a weapon. I forget what the 21 movements are anymore, but it was a blast doing it. And I didn't have to, I kept my eyes straight, and I could fucking march left, right, fucking was a half right move, and then fucking front lead and assume the front lead and rest or some shit like that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's very robotic. Those guys, it's like, it's just like literally repetition. Military is a weird thing. Like, you have so much fucking free time. You have so much, like, they call it hurry up and wait. You have so much goddamn free time that you can just sit in a fucking room and break your weapon down for like 8 straight hours. I kid you not. In like clean, and then clean, and then put it back together, take it apart, put it back together, take it apart, put it back together, take it apart. So that you can do that shit with blind, literally blind. Very, very robotic. Like, military is a fucked up thing. Oh, man. It is crazy. Not everybody takes it that seriously. I mean, there's a lot of, like, I don't know. You know, like, military does attract a lot of people that either didn't go to school or disadvantaged or maybe not all there or whatever. But if you're smart and you join the military, it's a fucking blast. It really is. If you're a smart guy, I feel like, and if you're going for like, people join the military for like a few different things. They're either psychopaths, they're very disadvantaged, or they have family reasons, like honoring your father or your mother or whatever. That's why I joined. The only reason I joined the military was because my, well, I didn't want the college money, but I really joined because my dad. I was never going to join the military. And then I just like turned like 17 and I felt like I would never be a man in my dad's eyes if I didn't join. Stupidest fucking thing I ever thought. My dad to this day doesn't think I'm a man. My dad will be on his deathbed. Think I'm not a man. That's how my dad is. My dad's a real hard, he's a real hard ass. He ain't got no sympathy. Well, what's going on here, Spoos? What you doing, Spoos? You turning around? Dude, I just bought all your puts, bro. Just kidding. I just bought all those puts. They're losing value, man. What's going on, Spoos? Oh, really? I think there's I'm coming around to the thought that we get a cut. I don't want to entertain it, but I have to. When is the next ADP? I meant to look that up this morning. When is when is the next ADP report? Friday, August 1st. I think that's unemployment, though. Yeah, it does have employment and unemployment. Friday, August 1st. That's after FOMC. What about the ADP? When is the next ADP report? July 30th. I think there's a small chance of a cut. What sucks is that it'll be seen as an appeasement cut, but I think what you could see is a small cut and it be assigned to, so we get ADP on the 30th and we get NFP on the 31st. If he front ran that, if Jerome could throw a fucking monkey wrench, if Jerome wanted to throw a monkey wrench in the system, he would slam us with a 25 BPS cut and cite employment, not unemployment, but employment. If he did, it would take the fucking wind out of the sails of a downside move. You would see like near vertical squeezing probably too. You would have to go risk on. You couldn't go risk off into that weekend, or into like the 31st of August. It would be interesting if he did. Just a quick 25 BPS cut, and he wouldn't have to cite Trump. He could just cite employment numbers. I'm gonna ping Wolf and see what he thinks. He doesn't like, so Wolf doesn't think that he should cut, and I don't either. I don't think he should cut anything. I mean, if you want to know my personal opinion, like what I hope happens, no cuts. I don't want any cuts, none. I want to be cutting into, but historically in recent history, let's look at that together. Hold on here. I'll see if I can bring this up. Let's look at something together here while we're dicking around waiting for the Philippines. It's funny too. Like none of these countries matter, and we have no volatility, so we're looking for any kind of volatility we can find. Let me see if I can get employment, not unemployment. What am I got to do a different layout. Read all this. Employment. Maybe it's jobs under trading view. I don't think I can do it. I'd have to go to stockcharts.com or something, I think, to do this. You can do unemployment, but not employment, I think. Oh, jobs created. Oh, here we go. There is one. Okay, hold on here. New pay. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Hot damn. Yeah, this doesn't show well on this chart. Let's see if I can show this. Hold on. Maybe I can move it. Hold on here. U.S. NFP. That's non-farm payrolls, but that mixes unemployment and employment. No, wait a minute. Hold on here. Tech guys.
Wind, is that where you're going to be?
Okay. This is jobs created. Cool. Can we show this here? Yeah, we can show this. It's still not there yet. It kind of is. Let me see if I can. But the effective Fed funds rate. That. That ain't gonna work. Funds rate. Price and scale, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Could work. Let's see if we can do this together here. We'll kill some time as we're waiting. We'll talk about a potential Fed cut while we wait. It's kind of wonky. It's not perfect. So this blue line right here, this blue line, can I show this better? Right here, that works. Yeah, there we go. I mean, we're not quite there yet. So the blue line here is this is jobs created from NFP. So not jobs lost, just jobs created. And this is going back to 1989. Behind my screen right here. And you can see jobs coming down and then a rate cut. See it? Jobs coming down, jobs created, not unemployment, employment. Rate cut. See it right here? Jobs coming down. Rate cut. Jobs coming down. Rate cut shortly thereafter. Jobs coming down. Rate cut. If you look right here, you could argue that this rate cut is jobs coming down. Rate cut. Now the question becomes, how awful does this get?
President Trump, sir, your message to the people of the Philippines.
Let's move this over.
Can you get a trade deal done?
Respect their leader greatly. This is their leader.
Can you get a
He's very tough on you.
Bigger problem right now is tariffs. Tariffs is the big problem.
deal done today, sir?
I think we will.
I thought there was going to be a presser here, like some kind of a chat with the press, but there's nothing. Then he might say something. Hourly velo's neutral. Half-hour velo's looking pretty good right now, but hourly velo's not telling us anything. Or sorry, 30 minutes, half-hour velo is bullish, but the hourly 30-minute velo is not, just neutral. So nothing so far from Trump on the Philippines. You know, the problem right now with the rate cut is it's tariffs. It's not just tariffs. It's just trade agreements or trade war. If we escalate into trade war, it would be better to hold off on cuts, I think. You want the full impact of whatever this is. I think I said that I'd prefer that there would have been a blanket tariffs. We got nothing right now. Forward, more. You just see he's got a looks like it's for the pole, but I was gonna call it a whatever that thing is called they used to wear back in the day for their manlyhood. I don't know, man. What I think is that I think it can get sucked into the Yeah, it did. Not the only one that did that either. It wants the fucking moon, dude. I think it's a hold for like a long time. I think it's like a buy and hold for a long, long time. Like this whole like $100 thing. Like, I think it's like a buy and hold for like a decade. I think we're gonna look back on Reddit and be like, Jesus, SPY now creeping up right now. That's right. Pick up all that grass off the ground, sailors. That's right. Police all that shit up. Bury all those dead soldiers in the grass over there. Police up all that trash off the ground. Anything. Find something. I don't care. Find some. That's right, airmen. Fucking full military burials for all the trash over there. Now go behind the White House and start burying all that trash. It was more of Hunter Biden's blow. Oh my God, the White House visit to Fed HQ is planned for Thursday. Fucking Jerome just puts a clown face on. You guys want to take this downtown one more time? You fucking bears want to take this thing down one more time? I think we could putt around over here. See if we can get one more stab at it. Get one more leg down. All right, so we're getting nothing here from Trump. They probably got to set the scene. The president of the Philippines probably needs to buy a bunch of Trump crypto or whatever. You can just do with Cash App, bro. Here, let me show you. Download Robinhood. Yeah. Did you bring your? Hook your. Did you get Did you get the Gold America card, man? Yeah, dude. Which one should I buy? Buy Trump coin, bro. Yeah, the day after FMC. It's so fucking childish. It's so trash. I was reading something last night that said it's going to take decades to recover this bullshit. Like decades of recovery. Dude. Okay, so I remember something. Apple? Hold on. Look at Apple. Jesus. You want something to fucking short AAAP. Or AAP. What the fuck is going on with this stock? Oh yeah, Apple looks gorgeous. God damn, Apple. Apple looks good. Here we go.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor to have President.
So do we get like Trump crazy today, or do we get Trump happy? Vote in the chat.
Great family legacy, and highly respected in this country. I know that because I have many friends in the Philippines, and there's great respect, or I couldn't say it, so congratulations. Thank you. We're going to be talking about trade. We're going to be talking about war and peace. They're a very important nation militarily, and we've had some great drills lately. We're back with them. I think I can say that the last administration was not getting along with them too well. They didn't get along with anybody. They didn't know. Honestly, they didn't know what they were doing.
I can barely hear this.
Fantastic military relationships with the Philippines, and that's been reinstituted. And Pete, I would say that you couldn't be happier, right, with the relationship. Great partner. So I just want to say it's an honor to have you. We're going to talk about trade today, and we're very close to finishing a trade deal, big trade deal actually. And we do a lot of business with you. It's a lot of income coming in for both groups. But I was surprised to see the kind of numbers. They're very big, and they're going to get bigger under what we're doing and what we're proposing. And I just want to thank you for being with us. It's a great honor. You and your representative. It's really a great honor. We have a big announcement. AstraZeneca, the big drug company, is going to spend $50 billion.
AstraZeneca pump, boys.
In the United States in order to build various places all over the country, big manufacturing plants, pharmaceutical plants all over the country. So that's an honor. And he said they did that because of the election and because of the fact that the tariffs are placed. So they're building their facilities in New York. $50 billion, that's a big investment. And it's going to be a very good investment. I have no doubt about it. So
I'm going to go shitpost something about Epstein Island.
And with that, I'd like to have you say a few words, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Of course, we're all very happy to be here to once again reaffirm the very strong ties between the Philippines and the United States, ties that go back over 100 years. And considering the context in which we live these days, especially in my part of the world, this has evolved into as important a relationship as is possible to have. We must remember that the United States is our only treaty partner in the Philippines, and that has stood us in good
So terrible.
years through certainly through the Second World War, and the cultural memory of all Filipinos, down to even the school children, is that our strongest, closest, most reliable ally has always been the United States. That is something that we value, that we are grateful for, and that we will continue to foster as we go on. With the leadership of President Trump, I am very confident that we will be able to achieve that. I think it is worthwhile to remember that it was President Trump who, in his first term, characterized the relationship between the Philippines and the United States as ironclad. And that has been necessarily the case since that time that you made that statement, sir. And it is something that the Philippines will always hold close to its heart. Thank you once again, and we are honored, and it is our great pleasure to be here and to visit with the President of the United States. Thank you, sir.
It's my great honor. Any questions, please? Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, do you think that Fed Chair Jerome Powell should resign?
I think he's done a bad job, but he's going to be out pretty soon anyway. In eight months, he'll be out.
Oh, here we go.
But he's, I call him too late. He's too late all the time. He should have lowered interest rates many times. Europe lowered their rate 10 times. We lowered ours none. And it's causing a problem for people that want to buy a home. Look, our economy is so strong now, we're blowing through everything. We're setting records. You know that, whether it's the Philippines or anyone else, we're setting records at levels that nobody's ever seen before. But you know what? People aren't able to buy a house because this guy is a numbskull. He keeps the rates too high and probably doing it for political reasons. The only time I remember him cutting rates, I mean, he cut the rates just before the election to try and help Kamala or whoever he was trying to help. He probably didn't know. And he's building a building. He's $2.7 billion. They have a $900 million overrun. What is that? And that was given by Biden. That was another Biden deal. And this guy's building this building that's severely overrun. And what does he need the building for? Why does he need space for more people? So they did a big study the other day, and they called all of the great intellects and the great economists and all of the great everything. And it was 71, and only 2 got it right. Me and another gentleman that happens to be very smart. 69 people got it wrong.
What is going on here?
More wrong than anybody. And you know, he has these think tanks, and they build buildings for people that think. And it's really not thinking. It's a little bit of combination of thinking, but it's something you sort of have or you don't have. They don't.
No, I don't want to fucking buy SPY shares.
You got to raise interest rates.
What is going on here?
We should be at 1%. We should be leading the world. Instead, we're paying 4%. And if you look at what that means, that's over $1 trillion in interest that we have to pay. That with the striking of a pen, we would be saving more than $1 trillion. Is that right, Scott?
Yes,
Do you have anything to say?
There we go. There we go.
I called yesterday and this morning for the Fed to do a big internal investigation to understand not their monetary policy, but everything else. The Fed has had big mission creep, and that's where a lot of the spending's going. That's why they're building these new or refurbishing these buildings. And I think they got to stay in their lane. And I think that based on the way they cut rates last fall, they should be cutting rates now.
It's inconceivable, I know the Fed very well, that they can be spending $2.7 billion to build a building. They don't do anything. They just, I mean, it's the greatest job. You show up one day, a half a day, you make a little speech, the economy's doing well, the economy's not doing well, we're going to raise interest. And he's got it wrong. That's why I call him too late, T-O-O, too late. And it's really too bad. But it is affecting people that want to buy houses, and that shouldn't happen.
Dude, the moment they cut fucking rates, the fucking long end is gonna fucking moon.
Be 3 points lower. That's what they should be. 3 points.
Hell no. You're out of your fucking mind.
I would like to ask both of you
Yes.
one question. Mr. President Marcos, next year, Philippines is going to be the rotating chair of ASEAN. I wonder how do you plan to balance your relationship between the United States and China? And for President Trump, Kremlin yesterday said if you are going to Beijing in September, they wouldn't rule out a meeting between you and President Putin. Is such a meeting possible? And how soon do you plan to visit China?
Well, we have a lot of meetings possible. President Xi has invited me to China, and we'll probably be doing that in the not too distant future, a little bit out, but not too distant. And I've been invited by a lot of people, and we'll make those decisions pretty soon. Please.
Well, as you say, we are chairing ASEAN for 2026. There is no need, in a sense, to balance, as you characterize it, to balance our relationship between the United States and China, simply because our foreign policy is an independent one, and we are essentially concerned with the defense of our territory and the exercise of our sovereign rights. Now, whether we do this not alone, We need to do this with our partners. And again, our strongest partner has always been the United States. But of course, we are trying to form coalitions and multilateral relations so that those like-minded nations who share the same values as we do, who hew to international law, most specifically the UNCLOS, present that position very clearly to anyone who has intentions of unilaterally changing the world order, and that is how we are guided in that.
And I don't mind if he gets along with China, because we're getting along with China very well. We have a very good relationship. In fact, the magnets, which is a little complex piece of material, but the magnets are coming out, very well. They're sending them in record numbers. We're getting along with China very well, and I don't mind if the president dealt with China. If that's meant, because I think he has to do what's right for his country. I've always said, make the Philippines great again. Do whatever you need to do, but you're dealing with China wouldn't bother me at all.
No, well, now it is something that.
Certainly, the fuck is that?
Mr. President, do you support the Justice Department seeking a new interview with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah, I'm about to get some puts here. Not quite yet. Soon.
They're going to what?
I want to see the rejection up here.
The Attorney General has reached out to Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney asking for a new interview.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
Do you have any concern that your Deputy Attorney General, as your former attorney, would be conducting the interview, given?
No, I have no concern. He's a very talented person. He's very smart. I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much. It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking.
They are buying 6,300 again down here. Calls, not puts.
Tulsi Gabbard, what they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up to 2020 in the election. They tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. When we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not go too far here. It's the ex-wife of a president, and I thought it was sort of terrible. And I let her off the hook, and I'm very happy I did. But it's time to start after what they did to me. And
look at this any guys watching this? This book map is fucking crazy right now.
So people say, oh, a group. It's not a group. It's Obama. His orders are on the paper. The papers are signed. The papers came right out of their office. They sent everything to be highly classified. Well, the highly classified's been released. And what they did in 2016 and in 2020 is very criminal. It's criminal at the highest level. So that's really the things you should be talking about. I know nothing about the other, but I think it's appropriate that they do go.
May I ask you about that, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard has submitted a criminal referral to the Department of Justice. From your perspective, who should the DOJ target as part of their investigation? What specific figures in the Obama administration?
Well, based on what I read, and I read pretty much what you read, it would be President Obama. He started it. And Biden was there with him, and Comey was there, and Clapper. The whole group was there. Brennan, they were all there in a room. Right here, this was the room. This is much more beautiful than it was then, but that's okay. I have nice pictures up. They came out of the vaults. They were in there for 100 years. This is much more beautiful. We have the Declaration of Independence now in the room, which wasn't here. I guess people didn't feel too good about putting it here, but I do. But you know what?
Yeah, they didn't want it exposed to fucking air and fucking lights, bro.
Obama.
That's why they didn't want it in there.
People all over the place. It was them too.
You're like destroying it right now. That's what you're doing.
Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one they. Look, he's guilty. It's not a question. I like to say. Let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's even even imagined, even in other countries. You've seen some pretty rough countries. This man has seen some pretty rough countries, but you've never seen anything like it. And we have all of the documents. And from what Tulsi told me, she's got.
I know, it's like fucking national treasure.
So, President Obama, it was his concept.
Oh God!
But he also got it from crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked is a $3 bill. Hillary Clinton and her group, the Democrats, spent $12 million to Christopher Steele to write up a report that was a total fake report. Took 2 years to.
He just said treason.
But it came out that it was a total fake report. It was made up fiction, and they used that. Now, the one thing they weren't able to do.
Can't
was to, and probably the only thing I respect about the press in years is the press refused to write it before the election. They refused to put it in. The Steele report was a disaster. All lies, all fabrication, all admitted, an admitted fraud. She paid $12 million, and the Democrats, for that report to a wise guy named Christopher Steele. He wrote a phony report, and they wanted to get that report in before the election.
He's like, if I've got 25 felonies, everybody's getting 25 felonies, 26, whatever the fuck it is.
They wouldn't do it. They saw it, they read it, and they said, we don't believe it. And it was only after substantial.
I want everybody to get felonies.
If that report had gotten published by the New York Times or somebody, and I respect the Times for maybe only this, because they're crooked as you can be. They're a terrible paper, a crooked, corrupt paper. But for this one moment, they said.
Did you see where he said he doesn't do drawings, and then they pulled out a bunch of drawings that he's done?
Wall Street Journal's allowed.
But he said he never said Enigma before. They said AI said he's never said Enigma before. Then they dragged out the video of him saying it.
Very badly. It's got a nice name, but it's really, in my opinion, it's a terrible paper, and it can be corrupt. But just so you know, they didn't take the Steele report. It was the dossier. Remember the famous dossier? I called it the fake news dossier. The news wouldn't publish it, and I'm amazed. They had 2.5 months. It was finished. 2.5 months. That was supposed to be what was going to happen. And it got published a couple of months after the election. And frankly, nobody cared too much about it. But that was a big thing. No. We caught Hillary Clinton. We caught Barack Hussein Obama. They're the ones. And then you have many, many people under them. Susan Rice.
Can he be sued for saying treason to them? I don't know. Maybe.
And I guess they figured they're going to put this in classified information and nobody will ever see it again, but it doesn't work that way. And it's the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever read. So you ought to take a look at that and stop talking about nonsense.
Release the Epstein files, Trump.
Never has a thing like this happened in the history of our country. And by the way, it morphed into the 2020 race. And the 2020 race.
Show me the piss tapes from Russia.
Election. And because it was rigged, we have millions of people in our country.
I want to see the piss tapes.
We solved the inflation problem. But millions and millions of people came into our country because of that. And people that shouldn't have been.
God, I don't know if I want to fucking open these puts or not. I fucking hate puts. Ugh. Sucks so bad. They print so hard, but
11,800.
you got to get them like 10 times for a heavy printer. I want them so bad right now to get down here.
Murdered more than one person. I hate to say this with such a distinguished guest, but, you know, they asked me a question. I got to ask a question. No, Barack Hussein Obama is the ringleader. Hillary Clinton was right there with him, and so was Sleepy Joe Biden. And so were the rest of them. Comey, Clapper, the whole group.
Treason.
They tried to rig an election, and they got caught. And then they did rig the election in 2020. And then because I knew I won that election by a lot, I did it a third time, and I won in a landslide. Every swing state won the popular vote. But I won that all the same way in 2020. And look at the damage that was caused.
Okay, fuck is going on here?
Hub, and how crucial is the ammunition hub that the U.S. plans to build in Subic and the Luzon corridor, considering that these will be built in areas that hosts strategic ports as well as military air bases?
You're talking ammunition?
Yes, the U.S. House Congressional Committee on Appropriations approved a budget.
Well, it's very important. Otherwise, we wouldn't have approved it.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's very important. Otherwise, we wouldn't. We need ammunition. We're going to end up in a few months, we'll have more ammunition than any country has ever had. We're going to have more missiles than any country has ever had.
What?
We're going to have all the speedy missiles. We'll have the speedy ones, the slow ones, the accurate ones, the ones that are slightly less accurate. We have everything. But we will have more ammunition than any country has ever had. It's very important to me. Okay.
Sir, when you say that you're close to making a trade deal, what gaps remain? And for President Marcos, sir, I was just wondering, do you not think that perhaps the Philippines hosting U.S. missile systems could be considered escalatory by China, especially because they can strike seriously by China? Thank you.
Well, it's an honor to be with this gentleman. You know, I've known him, and I've known his family, actually, but I've known him. And I assume you're from the Philippines? Are you from the Philippines?
Yes, sir.
That's good. You're very lucky to be from the Philippines, right? It's a great place. But we're going to have a very good relationship. I mean, I know you had some problems with another president. It's not your fault. It was the president's fault. And the country was maybe tilting toward China, but we untilted it very, very quickly. But you know,
Down there.
you had a country that was tilting toward China for a period of time, and I just don't think that would have been good for you. You can deal with China, you should deal with China, but when I got elected, everything changed, and they came right back to us. Say it again. Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Oh, Mr. President, I just wanted to piggyback off the
Sorry, I had a
housing.
question to President Marcos.
Yes. I'm sorry, what was the question again?
It was about whether having U.S. missiles hosted in the Philippines could be considered.
You remember the shoe collection that she had? Was that Imelda Marcos had, like, what, the largest shoe collection in the world?
Military is really as a response to the circumstances that surround the situation around the South China Sea and now what we used to refer to as Asia Pacific, which we have expanded now to the Indo-Pacific. And if we would certainly, like in any kind of military spending, we would wish that it wasn't necessary, but it is. And so that is what we are doing. And as an adjunct to the question about the ammunition production, this is actually the United States is assisting the Philippines in what we call our self-reliance defense program, which is to allow us to be self-reliant and to be able to stand our own 2 feet, whatever the circumstances that occur in the future. And that the reason that we have encouraged more interaction with the United States is because it is necessary. And it is not just with the United States. It is with all our neighboring countries and even countries as far afield as the Scandinavian countries, the EU. And so this is an ongoing process. And again, I will stress the point that we do this because we feel it is necessary.
And don't forget, just as tantamount to what you're asking, the Philippines were loaded up with ISIS and a lot of terrorists, and they were at very, very dangerous point. And during my administration, we went in and we wiped them out. Working with the Philippines, but we wiped them out.
My dad fought with Filipinos in Vietnam. He said they were ruthless.
Who would be your president right now? But we spent a lot of time and a lot of talent on going into the Philippines and wiping out terrorists. They had a tremendous problem during my administration. And we cleaned it up, we got them out, and now you really have a good, solid country again.
Yeah, a lot of machismo in the Philippines.
Mr. President, I want to follow up on the housing question.
Yeah.
We've got no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. How important is it we have no tax on home sales, capital gains, to unleash the housing market in this country?
Well, we're thinking about that, but would also unleash it just by lowering the interest rates. If the Fed would lower the rates, we wouldn't even have to do that. But we are thinking about
I'm chasing right now puts.
gains on houses. And I'm very impressed that you asked that question because nobody knew that.
Well,
how did you find that out? That's very.
I wonder why there's somebody I'm very close to.
I'm trying to chase this trade here to the downside.
Question. I find it a very interesting world that we know more about two people at a Coldplay concert just hours after that viral video than we know of Thomas Crooks 1 year after attempting to assassinate you. What is holding back the investigation on Thomas Crooks?
Well, they've reported to me and they've told me things, and they really say they haven't found anything that was abnormal. I would say this, the Secret Service was very brave because they, you know, they were right there and they jumped on me. They made a mistake. They should have had somebody on that roof, and they should have had communication with the local police who also, I mean, they did a very good job, but they made some mistakes, and we have a whole different group of people now. I don't think anything can happen, but I think we have the best people anywhere in the world right now, and I think they've learned. And, you know, they went into him very, you know, in great detail. They gave me the whole thing. And what can I do? They say that it was just a nut job that was looking to do this. And I spoke with the FBI, the new FBI. I spoke to the FBI. If it was the old FBI, I wouldn't have believed a thing they said, because the old FBI under Comey was crooked as hell. He was one of the most crooked. Everybody should read the Horowitz report. Unfortunately, Bill Barr didn't use it. But the Horowitz report, not appointed by me, it was a report on Comey and the FBI. It is one of the worst shots at a human being I think I've ever seen. In fact, the New York Times did an editorial that was one of the worst editorials I've ever seen about anybody. That was about Comey. You ought to go back and get, and Barr didn't use it because he didn't have the guts to use it, or something happened. I don't know. Too bad. He went to Mr. Durham. Instead of doing the Durham, all they had to use is the Horowitz report. And I always felt badly for Horowitz, frankly, because he's a Democrat, I guess. He was appointed by a Democrat. But that report has gotten lost, and it shouldn't be lost. You should all go back. It should be mandatory reading. Go back and read the Horowitz report on.
I just read it for you.
His cronies. And you'll see exactly. We're going to add that to all the stuff that we found. It just.
Yeah, what they found in that report was that there was a nothing burger.
We found absolute.
They said there was preference for Hillary as a candidate, but there was nothing found.
That Obama was seditious. That Obama was trying to lead a coup, and it was Clinton with all these other people. But Obama headed it up. And, you know, I get a kick when I hear everyone talks about people I never even heard of. It was this one. No.
He's like, go ahead and read it. Nobody's going to read it. And I just read it. It just said nothing.
Right in the papers. Got everything. Got everything. This is the biggest scandal in the history of our country. And it really goes on to even the auto pen, because it all relates to the same thing. It all started the same sick minds. You have an auto pen, which is a tremendous, well, we don't have a president. We have an auto pen that signs everything. I'll bet you sign everything. You don't have auto pens. Everybody. Who doesn't sign? You're the president of a country. But it's all that whole thing, leading right up to the end of it is the auto pen. And the auto pen was used by people, and Biden knew nothing about it. Biden knew nothing about it. They were signing documents that he knew nothing about. As an example, they released the Unselect Committee of Liability. The Unselect Committee spent 2 years grilling everybody, and then they destroyed all the evidence. You know why? Because the evidence made them guilty.
I don't know. I'm reading it right now. It's not saying that there was anything found.
All the scum that was on the Unselect Committee, Cryan, Adam, Kinzinger, and Democrats. And he gave them a pardon. Do you have something else, guys?
I was just going to add one more thing on Adam Schiff. Director Pulte reports that Adam Schiff claims he lived in a one-bedroom apartment. Now, how does a family of four, and you're a developer, a very successful developer, how does a family of four live in a one-bedroom apartment?
No, it looks like Adam Schiff really did a bad thing. They have him. Now, let's see what happens. It's not up to me. It's not up to, I stay out of it purposely. But it's mortgage loan fraud.
No, I tried to chase some earlier. I couldn't get in them.
Defrauded.
I tried to chase these ones right here, and I couldn't catch an entry here.
It's very simple. It's mortgage loan fraud, and you're right. It's a lot of people to live in a one-bedroom apartment, right? But he put it down. But he has a lot of other things far worse than that. So, no, Adam Schiff, they have him 100% on mortgage fraud. Now, if there's anybody else in this room except you would have no problem.
They said that
in this room, you'd have a problem. I'd have a problem. Yeah, please.
They said that FBI employees derided Trump supporters as retarded.
As a part of any agreement with the
in lazy pieces of shit and writing "Screw you, Trump, fuck Trump, vive la resistance."
$7 billion, can you believe it, by the fact? $7 billion. And we want money to go to all universities, not Harvard.
Sorry, I'm just repeating what was said in those text messages.
They get huge tax incentives and tax breaks on that $52 billion, but they have $52 billion, and they got $7 billion over a short period of time. And we have a very hostile judge appointed by Barack Hussein Obama, a very, very hostile.
You know, it's 12 o'clock right now, and there was an inability to get lower here.
We expect to win it on appeal. She hasn't given a decision.
This will turn into a squeeze.
And she was put by Barack Hussein Obama. And generally speaking, anybody that does that, we're gonna have problems with. So we don't expect to have. We won the case yesterday. Anybody that was there, that was a neutral, would say we easily won the case. But a lot of the case, and a big part of it's going to be how much money Harvard gets in the future. That's not part of the case, and they're not going to get very much.
I'm reading through this report right here, and it looks like he's just creating. There's some bad stuff in this report, but not like treason nor conspiracy or any of that kind of stuff. This looks like something
He's a very tough negotiator.
To obfuscate focus on Epstein.
He's too tough. But we'll probably agree to something. But he's strong, a strong negotiator. He loves your country.
Mr. President,
when are you coming to the Philippines, sir?
You talked a lot.
It looks like he's angry because
Must face, in your view, sir.
bureaucracy does not like Trump.
These documents are out there in Tulsi Gabbard.
Well, the Justice Department would have to act. And we have a very competent, very good, very loyal to our country person in Pam Bondi, very respected. And it's going to be her decision.
Just a follow-up to that, sir. Kristi Noem was in New York City visiting an off-duty CBP officer who was allegedly shot this weekend by an illegal alien who came into the country during the previous administration.
They really want that downside move. I just don't know how they get there.
Continue to push sanctuary.
They need something more right now. They need something more inflammatory. Let me just make sure we're not missing anything here.
To understand things, and we're all smart.
We're thinking about no tax on capital gains on houses. Dude, how about getting rid of property taxes?
Into our country, unvetted.
And like this is so bizarre. He's like talking about. I'm trying to this shit is so fucking crazy. Like
Biden and his group of thugs.
He's screaming about the cost of housing due to higher rates.
Desk right behind you.
The thesis here is that you raise rates to reduce demand. But now he's talking about getting rid of capital gains taxes, which would
And mental institutes.
Create a tighter housing market. I don't know.
1 million, probably 25 million, probably even.
Some of the shit that he says, I can't. I'm trying to keep up with it.
They killed people. Many killed more than one person. Stone cold murders. I don't understand why they would have allowed that. There's only two reasons: the vote. Because they want voters. That's one reason. I don't think they would have done it for that because they cheated.
Yeah, he did talk about the meeting with China, but that's not until the fall. That's not until late August, I think.
I think they hate our country. I actually do. And it's the biggest problem. I mean,
They should have a fact checker on this shit, in real time. Some of the shit that he says,
anywhere in the world now.
he said this and then he said that, and then he said this and then he said that.
No people came in last month. Zero.
He has said in the past, get rid of property taxes.
But liberals are the ones that do that.
I could get behind that to some extent. If you had one house,
A year ago, we had hundreds
it would be like a homestead protection.
thousands of
You have one house, no property taxes. That makes sense. But no other homes.
So many
and our capital gains right now are pretty good for your first. If you flip one house,
I mean, you saw
you get some benefit on your capital gains. But if you just had a flat capital gains cut across buying and selling houses, the fucking market would moon.
But if you took that and doubled,
I mean, the price of houses would moon.
into our country on a daily basis, it's not
I'm assuming that he thinks it would come down because of the capital gains.
the worst ones. And
I don't see it like that.
yesterday, a police officer
I've lived in the flipper world. The flippers would fucking go crazy.
but he was brave.
There would be an unintended consequence that housing prices would go higher.
Scene where
There's a reason for that too. Like if you're flipping a house, you're living within a percentage gain, and those margins are fairly thin depending upon what market you're in. The moment you were like, hey, we're not going to do any capital gains,
we can
maybe the quality of housing on rehabs would be better, maybe, but it would just incentivize more flipping.
Thank you very much, everybody.
I get the idea behind it. You know, prices of houses would come down if you didn't have to pay the capital gains to sell your house. So the seller is making money, so you'd be trying to get the seller to give you some kind of discount. But that's not how it would work out at all. That would re-incentivize flipping homes. More profit for the flipper, which isn't necessarily a bad thing either. It's a hard thing to argue because it's hard right now to be a landlord. A lot of communities have changed rules for rentals. Like you got to let abatement, all this other stuff. Here, I'll turn this off. They're muting this intentionally. That was kind of a nothing burger. It was a little crazy. It didn't go completely off the handlebars. If there was any craziness in that, like absolute fucking crazy, it was the statement that was just made that they committed treason. That's a pretty big thing to say. I'm assuming there's anger here too from was it January 6th or something, whatever it was called. It's like all projection. You know, that's what all it is. It's just projection, anger, projection. Oh, it is so tiring to listen to sometimes. Like I could get behind it. Like I can get behind the no capital gains, but even what we have now for no capital gains is pretty fair. It protects you if you like buy a house and you sell it within 3 years. You just can't buy a second one and try to sell it. But I think that the unintended consequence for blankets no capital gains would be it would set fire to the housing market. It really would. Greed would step right in. In my view, it would. I could be wrong there, but now property taxes he's brought up in the past, doing away with property taxes. I think they should do away with property taxes on your homestead, and that they can't take your home because of that. I would also add in some other things like medical bills and that kind of stuff. They couldn't remove your home from you. That could also help with Social Security to some extent, but if you get rid of property taxes in most states, they're going to just tax you in other ways, right? You never really miss the tax man. They're going to find a way to tax you one way or another. So you just it's like playing whack-a-mole with taxes. It just creates another layer of problem, I guess. Tighter. I guess there could be. I was trying to think of what my. It's kind of weird. I have a family member that lives in a place with no property taxes, and the services suck where he lives. It's really bad. The roads suck. They actually stopped paving the roads. They actually removed the pavement and put in ground asphalt for roads. Where it's like libertarian paradise. I guess if that's what you like, though. I can see the want on that. To each their own. But nothing too market moving here. I don't see anything. I didn't see much in that trade deal. And as a matter of fact, did you notice how they were a little vague in the trade deal? Starting to squeeze higher now. Nothing was said that I saw that was negative or negative that could be applied to other countries or whatever. So no negativity, squeezing higher now. We'll see if we can trade up here and test this 4-hour trigger or the 30-minute and hourly trigger. We'll see if we can catch one more leg to the downside into the close. We could end up just grinding sideways here. You get dealers trying to keep the price down because everybody is long. If you don't know that, the entire market is long. They're not going to want to print unless it's in an overnight or on an event or even on Friday or Monday of next week for a Friday expectation this week. No negative news there. As far as economic calendars going here, I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a quick break here. I got to go potty. But just in terms of today for Tuesday, we're still in a really low data news day. We've got Fed's Bowman speech for the summit that Jerome Powell spoke at this morning at 1 p.m. We get money supply at 1 p.m. and then we get the API crude oil stock change. If there was anything here that could move markets negatively, maybe Bowman could move markets at 1 p.m. Other than that, though, we've got nothing until morning. We've got the 30-year mortgage rate. We've got some existing home sales. So what we can try to do here is we'll move on from this, and what we'll do is take a look at some of the reports that go on after the bell today and see if we can find anything that looks like it could print. So I'm going to take a quick break here. It's 12:19 in the afternoon. Just going to go quick potty really quick. I got to lift some weights. My chest is getting small. So I got to lift some weights really quick. And I'll be back with you guys in just about 10 or 15 minutes. And what we'll do is we'll spend, if nothing crazy happens here, we'll spend the ass end of the day looking at some reports after the bell. And we'll also take a closer inspection today on Google and on a few other reports that are happening on Wednesday. There's like I think it's like 4 reports that I'm interested in. We'll quickly cycle through the reports this week for the rest of today and try to figure out if there's anything that's under prices outside of the expected move, I guess, for lack of a better word. See if there's anything we can capture here. And I'll be right back with you guys in about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back, and we'll get into the rest of the earnings for this week, and we'll start putting a focus on that for the rest of today. Bears angry again, baby. Old man break time. Be right back. I don't know what that thing says. Going potty. CJJ going to lift exercise bands. I don't use those, but we'll put it in there. Oh, no. He's going to do taking a break, taking a jazzercise break. There we go. That'll work. It's much better. That's better like that one. That was a good one right there. Watch out for a squeeze here, boys. If you want to take another stab at it, it's probably going to be, hold on here. You can probably look for 130. Try again. Somewhere up in here. See if we can stab it again. Put this pivots up. Pivot point is up here too, by the way, 629. And you got an equal target's right about here. I'll put the news on for you, too. There we go. There's the news.
So keep in mind, Fed's Bowman and OpenAI CEO Altman are speaking at a Fed event now. Was due to be at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. The live video, though, is pinned to the OpenAI CEO's entry in the calendar.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
voice news disconnected.
Oh my God, they like must get more low. Gonna make watching paint dry all day long today, boys. Right into the fucking bell before it comes up. going on here? We got Bowman talking. Oh, we got Bowman talking. Is Bowman on there?
Industry is really interested in right now is fraud, and the impersonating individuals to facilitate fraud. Are there ways that we could mitigate that kind of activity, or that we should safeguard if there is the use of AI or identification of that type of impersonation?
Great question. I am.
Whoa, that mic was loud.
A thing that terrifies me is apparently there are still some financial institutions that will accept a voice print as authentication for you to like move a lot of money or do something else. You say a challenge phrase and they just do it. That is a crazy thing to still be doing. Like AI has fully defeated that. AI has fully defeated most of the ways that—
Is that, what's his name? Is that Altman?
Other than like passwords, but all of these like fancy—
Is that Sam Altman?
Selfie and wave or do your voice or whatever.
Oh, it is Altman.
I am very nervous that we have a significant impending fraud crisis because of this. We have tried, I think other people in our industry have tried to sort of warn people like, hey, just because we're not releasing
that is Sam Altman.
Some bad actor is going to release it. This is not a super difficult thing to do. This is coming very, very soon. And, you know, there's obviously some reports now of these sort of like ransom attacks where people have the voice of your kid or your parent and they make this urgent call. That is going to get so compelling. Society has to deal with this problem more generally, but people are going to have to—
Talking about
change
deepfakes.
Like this person calling me. Right now it's a voice call. Soon it's going to be a video FaceTime. It'll be indistinguishable from reality. And teaching people how to authenticate in a world like that.
Yeah, Sam Altman. I know, I'm like, why are we having a fireside chat with Sam Altman for?
That might be something we could think about partnering on, the identification of those hallucinations or the intentional impersonations. I think would be a really beneficial thing to engage in. But the parent, being in the—
Just catch up here, guys.
Teenagers, one just graduated from high school and the other's a sophomore.
There's like a put pin in the market right now.
These days are using—
Trying to see if we can escape this here.
to facilitate their work and to complete high school. Do you have thoughts about that and how AI can be used in a beneficial way instead of in a—
Like they don't want us to escape anything higher than this right here.
Let me tell two stories.
They want us like pinned in here today, not moving.
I never met my grandfather. He died before I was born, but a story that was told to me by my grandmother.
Yeah, I've got no love for these guys. I got like zero.
What happened?
I guess I'm getting old and fucking crusty.
What happened when the calculator came out?
I got no love for any of these AI guys.
You always kind of like new technology. When the calculator came out, math teachers at the time apparently said, this is a disaster. This is the end of math education. If you don't have to learn how to use a slide rule or look up, you know, stuff in the logarithms books or whatever they did at the time, why bother teach anyone math? Like this is, you know, these kids are never going to learn. And
I got a few things to look at here. Hold on.
And of course, what happened is with better tools, we use our brain power for something else. We start teaching calculus in high school. We start, you know, exposing people to more advanced math. My own version of the story was when I was in junior high and Google came out, and the teachers at the high school, I heard this from the older kids, were really panicked because if there was this crazy new thing called Google, you know, you didn't have to memorize facts. You didn't have to memorize the year that a certain war was fought. You could just look it up and like, what was the point of history class? And, you know, if you didn't have to like fire up your car and drive to the library and learn to use the card catalog and then like walk down and try to find this book, but someone had checked it out and then try to find some other book. Like you didn't have to like suffer that hour. Then like, what was the point of learning? And I had gone to the library and used the card catalog as a little kid a little bit. And I was like, no,
I'm tighter, guys. I'm still looking here.
I could do something better with that hour of my life. And again, what happened? So there was like this brief effort at my school to ban Google and get these pledges not to use it and whatever. And then people realized like, oh man, we can give our students more tools and we can expect more out of them. And sure, maybe they drive to the library a little bit less, but they can use that time to like think harder or, you know, come up with new ideas or do whatever. And that was really great. We expect more, we get more. The potential is higher.
Sorry about that.
Expectations are much, much higher. And I think it's the same thing now with ChatGPT. It is totally true. Back to that November 30th date when ChatGPT first came out, kind of the first mega passionate early adopters were for sure students using it to like cheat on their finals or papers or whatever that December. And you had these school districts falling all over themselves to see who could ban ChatGPT the fastest. So we launched November 30th. You know, by December 7th.
What was the question about Tesla?
December 14th. It's like
let's look at Tesla really quick.
You know, schools leave for the break, and
You want to start with the big boys this week?
never going to be allowed inside of any educational institution again. It's a
You guys want to start with the big guns right now? You guys are jonesing for the crack?
January. You start seeing these things from principals, from superintendents, from
Hold on a second.
serious high up people in the world of education saying, actually, we made a huge
Let me move this over here.
This is the best learning tool ever.
I'm gonna turn Altman off. I got nothing for this guy. This guy can go fuck himself. I'll be honest. I have zero bandwidth for. I mean, I'll listen to some of the commentary about him, but all these guys. But I got zero love for AI. I got none. I have to admit that. Like, I mean, I don't mind trading it and stuff, but I am extremely like anti. Not anti-AI. I think it should be controlled like nuclear weapons. Simple. Someone said something yesterday. They made a good point. I guess there was an article saying that YouTube removed a bunch of Russian, Chinese, AI, bot-run YouTube channels. And I'm like, that would be something perfect to turn AI onto. To scour and just remove all of these nefarious fucking actors, but we don't do that. They love this. You know what I mean? If you don't know what I mean, I'll explain it better to you. Social media was supposed to be beneficial to us, and instead it's been turned into rage bait, basically, to suck your lives, in my life. When I'm out and about, I can't believe the number of people that are glued to their fucking phone at all times doing everything. It is bizarre. I don't use my phone a lot. I spend so much time here working on a computer that I try to get off my phone as best I can, as much as I can. So it's glaring to me when I'm out and about and doing stuff, how many people are wrapped up in their phones. Okay, so we're going to take a look at some earnings. I keep getting asked really weird questions about Tesla every day. So I kind of want to just show where we are with Tesla. We're going to start with we're going to start today with Tesla, then Google. We'll look at ServiceNow. We're going to look at Enphase. We'll look at Intuitive Surgical. Maybe Matador. Maybe if we get time. We'll look at Chipotle, QuantumScape if we have time. We'll look at Intel. I know Intel sucks, but we'll look at it. And then we'll look at some others. I'll ask you guys in the Discord if there's anything specifically you want. If there's anything in the Discord you want to specifically see, let me know. Okay, so one quick second here. Just note here, too, I want you to be aware here. Same clarity as yesterday. Anytime we're down here, we're buying. You are buying. Like, if you're looking for like an August 17th print, there's maybe one more opportunity to go lower to grab some along. You might be able to grab, if you're patient, you think we're going to get down there, we could possibly grab 620 at some point. But I think by the time we get there in the 31st, it's going to be higher. It's going to be right where we are. So this is in the neighborhood. If you're fucking playing softball, a couple things here. Like if you're hedged, you're good. If you're hedged, you're good. I've called that out at 6:30. I don't know how many fucking times already. 6:27, 6:30, 6:32. I've told you, put a hedge on. They're dirt cheap. They pay 300% all the time in the world. You can even open both legs separately. You can, if we run up to 640, 650, you close the bull side, leave the the put side on for the volatility capture and the downside. You're going to capture the upside volatility in the long side and capture the downside volatility in the downside. It's an easy trade. You should be done with that trade at this point. Okay, clear as day. If you're not done with that trade at this point, the next time we're around 6:30, put the trade on and forget it. Close your laptop. Now, that's not really a trade, a hedge, is it? You're hedging potential market weakness that's expected twice a year. For the rest of you out there, it is easy. Call spread, August 17th, on a low. It's that simple. Now you have two trades on, easy peasy, 60-30, 60-20. It doesn't get any fucking easier than this. So when we're down here in these lows, and you're like, oh my God, we're going to crash and all that kind of shit, stay over to the left. Not yet. No, this is not the market top. No, this isn't the top of the line going back to, I don't know, 1893 or anything like that. Will we get there? Yes. I showed you earlier today. We're close to a top. Relatively speaking, where's that top? It's like now to springtime, February. It's only July right now. So stay with the program until something else happens, right? Start breaking below the daily trigger, stuff like that. We have something truly material that's going to change this market. This market is locked in, I promise you. Don't be like drinking all the fucking bear Kool-Aid and that kind of stuff. If we do roll down and you like, hey, I got a hedge on and I got to print early, congratulations. If you don't have a hedge on early or you don't catch the print until September, no big deal. It's an easy trade to manage. Okay, so we're in earnings season. We're coming in. We wanted to start this portion of the program off explaining a couple things to you here. So we have a few highlights of this earnings season. Is we know that Mag 7 or a lot of infotech, a lot of companies, a lot of blue chips today, or let's start at the beginning. Blue chips today are typically tech companies. They make one hamburger once and they keep reselling it. That's what they do. They make one hamburger, they resell it again and again and again and again and again and again. Most blue chip tech companies today escape tariffs. They escape taxes. Even if they use equipment, they don't rely upon heavy material coming into the country. You heard recently that Apple was flying phones in a 747 or some shit like that. Even they can escape if they want to. So it does also have some other companies that may have some input, but not full input. Like you got like a car is going to get hit by tariffs way more than a phone. And it depends on what the input is, how much input is tariff on those devices. And then you got to think about, is that company based in the US? Is that company based in Ireland, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, or some other country that's evading taxation through shell corporations or what have you. So my point there stands, which is the main drivers of this market has been Mag 7. There has been no breadth in the market, and this ER season in particular has very low expectations. You could argue both sides of that. I think and not only that, you have a concentration of reports over the next 2 weeks. A massive amount of the drivers of the stock market, a massive amount of companies that drive the stock market report in a very small amount of time. Starting Wednesday, well, it's already started, but basically the rest of the week is Wednesday through next week and a little bit into the 31st and 1st of August. So very tight concentration of reports. Now, if you look at it from the baseline, you're going to say the expected moves are less than 5% on average. So someone's wrong. the other thing here too is because of that, there's a thesis or a theory out there that we'll take the money and run. So we set up the bowling pins, we roll the bowling ball for reporting, right? Walk the plank. Here's my Buccaneer sword, and I want you to walk the plank and tell me what you did. And even if they report stellar earnings, even if they reported stellar guidance, which I think they're going to be weak in their guidance, but let's say they do, it's still a matter of, okay, so we squeeze up, right? We traded 632.50, I think, already, or on SPX we traded 62.30 or something like that. Okay, so we squeeze up again, right? So you're still gonna see hedge funds at the top teeing off, right? We also have other news, data, Fed meetings, blah 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 blah, volatility coming into the market as we dump all of our bad news, right, from now into September. So
Please one delay in eyes rare earth mining with Japan. Quadratinikai.
if you look back on the early reports that have already reported, I think it's going to look a lot like banks. You get the run. If you get a good report, it rips, and they're taking the money on an upside sell target, right? Pre-planned stops. I own JPM. I think JPM in particular ramped and then sold right at the target after the bell. I would expect some more of that. I do. I expect some more of that. There are those out there, the bears that are out there saying, well, if they only have a 4% move expected,
and I'm going to do a little.
It's going to be sell the news anyways, right? So they're going to sit up top and just try to sell this market on any high that they're given.
Real time.
And that's from now into when the news is potentially turning a little bit more negative into the first and beyond. We start getting NFPs, employment, unemployment, more PCE stuff.
You get a discount.
Oh, damn, that shit's annoying.
Very, very.
You have potential tariff, trade war escalation, more geopolitics, all that kind of crap coming down the road. So, and you also have the potential for this to damage to grow. Maybe a non-compliant Fed, no cuts from the Fed, and then you start to see that inflation kick in. We cyclically hit inflation, the bottom of inflation, right around now. So there is some bad news coming down the road. And kind of like the COVID cycle and the regular business cycle and the COVID cycle being separate, right? So two different waves, not in line. We have that same kind of a situation right now with the Fed because of no fucking trade agreements. Blanket. Do you understand what I'm saying by that? So you've got tariff inflation, then you got a cyclical inflation. There was a sweet spot. We should have had cuts by now, more cuts. We should have stayed within that natural inflation cycle. But because we're still kicking the can down the road and this tariff stuff, we have inaction by the Fed. There's a little bit of money printing, indirect money printing going on from Besant, but we're not in line right now. So I want to predicate upon this that when we're looking at the rest of this earnings season, we're getting a ton of reports really fast. It's going to be wild to some extent. And I want you to consider that if you're trading these individual tickers. Let's say you wanted to long one of these tickers, I would be considering maybe owning the underlying, even if it's just one or two shares for some exposure. Another way to trade these, of course, would be to wait until when they park them to do a straddle to take either side of that trade. But I think the downside looks even better. I really do. I think the downside, the day after or whatever, take the money and run is kind of the norm de rigueur in this earnings season in particular. So we're going to look first at Tesla and see what we can see. We're going to start here with Tesla. They report tomorrow, Wednesday, after the close. I was asked in the Discord, I get asked this every day, am I still this or am I still that on Tesla? I get it asked every single day, multiple times. So let's take a look here at Tesla. And we charted this back on in early July, just after the beginning of July. We had this coming down and trading down here and then up here. So you can see it. And then I've got Tesla coming down into their earnings. So we'll take another look at it and see if anything has changed. I keep getting asked every day, has anything changed? And let me just make sure I got the date right here. Yep, Wednesday. I should have this at 1600. It's a little bit off. Put this up here. Put this up here. And I've got Tesla being a sell. I do. As a matter of fact, I've been looking at IWM too to see. I've noticed that there's a huge short on IWM right now to try to quell the zero date meme mania. And you'll see that frequently. Meme stocks that are parts of smaller indexes, maybe not the S&P 500, but like IWM or some of the smaller indexes associated with banks and stuff that you may not hear about. You'll see indirect shorting of stocks related to small caps, which Tesla, of course, is in the S&P 500 NASDAQ, but it's still a major component of IWM. So I'm sure they're indirectly shorting it here. So for me personally, let's just take a peek and see why I like these things, or why I like us going down here, and we'll start chatting about it right now. So we're gonna, hold on a second, I'm gonna do. I like this like Friday, August 15th, pick it up and run. We're gonna go back and just take a peek at this and see what we can find here. I'm gonna get rid of everything. I'm gonna make a blank slate, and we're gonna start at the beginning. Okay, so we're going to start first on a daily basis. And we're going to take a look right here. And I am overall bullish on Tesla. I would like to see this next pump right here. You got 1, 2, and a big one coming up. I am overall bullish on Tesla. I'm not going to tell you that I'm not bullish on Tesla, even if I don't like the politics and all that kind of stuff. I also think that they're a late runner end of year. I think they're going to be, if they didn't join in like everybody else wished they had all year long, I see this accumulation down below. I think it's great. I like this monthly accumulation down below. And these days, I really like the weekly velocity and not the daily velocity. Daily velo used to be a pretty good, accurate indicator for Tesla when it was a smaller stock. But since then, I've enjoyed trading it on lows on the weekly velocity on this stock. And in particular, in this case, you can see that we're starting to bottom here on a weekly basis. You can see higher time frame accumulation is going on. There's good momentum on the upside. On daily velocity, I don't like where this daily velocity is at right now. We'll take a look at it on a 30-minute right now and check this one out. See what this thing is looking like. And I got neutral. I got neutral on a daily basis, and I actually have kind of bearish setting up here on an hourly basis. This looks kind of bullish on a half-hour basis. But nothing particularly wowing me right now. Nothing particularly wowing me right now on Tesla. Let's take a quick peek here. And I don't really care about their fundamentals. I really don't care about Tesla Day, and I don't care about Tesla numbers. I don't care about anything that has to do with Tesla Gang or Tesla Q. Pure price action on this stock for me. I do like that they back tested their monthly trigger and it was accumulated. They didn't lose it back here. Didn't lose it back here, right? I want you to think about, too, the instigation. So I want you to think about this instigation down here. Well, just off top line, this instigation down here, these buyers we know are likely right about here. Likely somewhere in here. They started it right here, right? Up, down, up, down. They bought it again. Like, look at the smart buyer. Buy it here, right? This is all part of this trend. They bought it right here, right? Ran it all the way up here, right? All the way up here, and then down, right? Bloodbath it all the way down. Look at how far down this thing came. I want you to see this right here. So all the way up, right? All the way back down. So accumulate. Right? Everybody's bullish. Distribute into those people. Right? They did the same thing again. Run it back up. And what did they do? They got out, right? This is the bat wings. Equal highs, right? They got back out again. Right here. Where do you think these traders are? Do you think these traders are sitting right here? Probably not. Why? Why do you think they're not there? Why? We have a prior high right here. Did you get the new high right here? No, you did not. Okay, so send it all the way back down. This same group stepped in right here, and they got long again. Right? Put my hat in. Maybe now we can get that new high. Right? We got an event coming up. We've got an earnings. So I want you to think about this too right here. So if you catch that earnings trade, right, you're down here, you're buyer again, and now you're looking for that earnings trade up there. What do you think happens if this goes up and catches that new high? They're going to sell on you, right? Be right back down here again, right about here, right? This bigger move higher. So this is where the smart traders are, right? Constantly down here. They're not entering calls like right here, right? They're long the underlying. So while you're in calls, they're selling into you. Make sense? And let's say they get a bad report. All right. Comes back down here. These guys are still long. Still going to come back for a later print. So you want to be the guy that's down here. Does that make sense? You want to be instigating your trades lower and not higher. And if you're looking for a print off of this, in particular is Tesla, I would be looking for sometime out in February for a major print on Tesla. And you're going to be afforded a couple of opportunities between now and let's call it November to buy a low. So this event right here is one of those opportunities to get long, right? Either right away or down here, or you're going to catch another long in that October, November, or October, September to get long. So I would always be looking down here if it was me. I don't know what you're doing, but that's how you trade Tesla in my book. So the first thing we're going to look at here is their daily velo was kind of neutral. Their hourly velo was kind of eh. We're looking at, we have this this first pump right here, right? You have the 1, 2, right? 3, 4, and 5 right in here, right? 1, 2, right? 3, 4, 5 right there. And then you've got this corrective move down here, 1, 2, 3. Pretty good. And actually, we had a new low. That low was held. That's good to see. So I'm assuming if you're a Tesla bull, you're like, no cap, it's going to be 1 held, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the upside. So that's the bull case. If there is a bull case, that is the bull case. That you're going to get not only a good report, right? You're going to, or this would be one move right here, right? One up higher. Back test, hold this, and then you're off and running, and you're going to then be able to participate in some monster bull run into, I don't know, late fucking September or something before it comes back, and you don't want to miss it. From my experience with Tesla, that is not how this works out. Oftentimes what you'll see is you'll see this first pump right here, first inflection point, right down here, then they'll slam it down on you, and then you get the actual five move impulse move to get up and out of here. Make sense? So always lower. That's how I always feel about it, is always lower. Hold on one second here. Just want to do one quick thing. I'm going to bring up options. Options.ai for earnings. This week's option AI for earnings. We have Tesla in here. We Tesla. I don't know why Tesla's not coming up. There we go. Let's see if we can drag this over and take a quick peek of it. See if there's anything we can learn from Tesla here. And they have an implied move. Can't see over there. Hold on here. Make this a little bit smaller here. There we go. Yeah, this fucking sucks. Like 6.8%, let's call it. 6.8% farther out in time, 12%. That's a big move. 308.88. I'm going to move this over. And I want to show you one more thing on this. I'm going to mute some of this here. Not mute, I apologize. I just want to be able to show some of this stuff. Get rid of this frame. Why is it not showing their earnings performance? Hold on here. I'm doing this wrong. Wednesday, Tesla. And for some reason, oh, there we go. Earnings. Here we go. So we want to see their earnings history. We want to see their July performance. In particular, down. Looks like they're following trend to the downside. July 19th, down. Of 2024, down. 2023, down. 2022, up. That was a bear year, corrective year. And 2021 was a down move, then up. So July has not been kind to Tesla in any way, shape, or form. Let's look at some more closer ones. April was an up move. You're probably running on this sentiment here from April that we're going to go higher. January was down, but we were already heading into down anyways, and they had already realized profits from the election. 2024 was up. So if you just look at these three right here, I'm going to assume that you guys are all bulled up on this report, just on these right here. They've done much better on their recent earnings, and we already knew that it was like take the money and run on the election. So the expected move 6.8%. I'm going to move this over, and we're going to look at this. Probably pretty much parked right. 8% or 6.8% move. Let's see what that translates to right now. Not that high. Not that high. Just some basic charting. That ain't showing much here. 6.8% move expected on the downside. We'll snap a line here for now. And then on a downside move right here. Snap a line. We're going to move these here in a little bit, but I just want to leave these here. And they're kind of locked in, right? Kind of locked in, right? Kind of locked in right now, right? No real breakout to be seen or had at this point. Put that back over there. I'll look at the calendar one more time. I'm looking at here. Get rid of that really quick. We got 350. Put it on 1 minute basis or one. No, hold on. Start back here. 1 month. See where they are in their monthly. When does Tesla get cheap? Tesla's cheap down here. And they're kind of neutral right now. Remember what I said to you about take the money and run? Is that 40 or is that 20? That's 20. We don't need this anymore. Need that for the moment. We have some resistance here. Do you see this? This is good potential to squeeze. I like this. I like this as for squeezability. We'll bring our where's the chat box at? Bring that back up there. Chat. Let's just look at this monthly candles here. Up, up, all the way down. All the way back up, all the way down, all the way back up. Corkscrew, and you see that corkscrew? Low, higher, low. I don't like these two candles here at all. I do like this hasn't given the entire thing up. I do like this candle right here. Still shows some interest here. Also shows you where the buyers are. Just want to see this really quick here. One of these buyers step in. Okay, that's the earnings trade right there. By the way, if you're long calls here, target hit. And there could be a little bit more up here, but take the money off if you're in calls. You want to see it? There might be a little bit more up here. For 629, I would put 629s in the money for 1 date call options. I think we're pinned in here, like 629 and then lower. We're kind of like magneted in here right now. Take the money and run. Okay, back to Tesla really quick. So goddamn smooth. So goddamn smooth. So goddamn smooth. Okay, so Tesla, right? Now we're going to look on a weekly basis here, see if we can see anything. Here's weekly. I bet that starts at lower. Known ER buyers. Weekly right there. And look at this shit. They're still selling here. Look at this shit. There is a lot of resistance here. Do you see this on Tesla? These fuckers aren't fucking around. Tesla Q's up here hanging out. I should just write Tesla Q up there. You got a lot of resistance up right here. But that does make it squeezy. So weekly. There's also like a value below here. So if you're a bull, value is below 313.60, believe it or not. Value below, known ER buyers, weekly down here. Nice downside targets to get long. Weekly, monthly, doom and gloom. You can leave that over there for now. Daily basis. SPY now squeezing higher to targets. The upside target is 629.06. 629.06 on SPY. Daily basis. Oh, look at this. On a daily basis, you guys are buying. You guys are bulled up on ER. You can see it right here. Buy. This is important for next week. For a high weekly close on Friday, even if they pull it back thereafter. We'll remember that too. 4-hour basis. We want to see weekly velocity strong for close. So we're going to snap this for Friday, 1600. Want to see a nice high close on Tesla. You got a bunch of 4 hours in here, bunch of support in here. This is all good to see. You guys believe. This is a lot of squeeze potential here. A lot of buyers. They just don't care. Buy everything. Buy it all. Oh. Let's go look at that. Look at that beautiful little SPY. Pivot point. 629.55. Show that to you right there. Buy Tesla. Go to an hourly basis, look up high, see if there's anything up there. We're a little sloppy on... nope, it's back in line again. Buy. More resistance here on an hourly basis. Potential for a squeeze. This run has something to do with this over here. Nope, that one right there. Make sure I got that right. I don't fuck this up. Make sure I got that absolutely to the tick right. $357. Make that yellow. There's one more in here somewhere, kind of right there. Hold on, I gotta check this really quick. Where the fuck is that thing? There. Sneaky little fuckers. All right, we're in business. The Friday close over here. Descending resistance above right here. Pivots. And we're going to look for weekly. Week. Okay. Hey, there we go. Check it out. There's our 1. There's our 2. And there's our 3. Our 3 is right here. There's our 3 target for Friday. Here is their ER. Wednesday, 1600. Man, we are good, aren't we? We are so goddamn good. We're going to get rid of tight here. Tight 1 second here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 3. Right, 4, and then 5 up there. You got to keep this. You got to hold this. You got to hold what? You have to hold all that? No. Hold that. $47. So that's 348 sell. 348.50 sell right there. 348.50 sell. Where's hourly trigger? Right, or hourly velo's right here. There's hourly velo right there. You are holding. You got 1, 2, 3. You have the magical 350 supply. This is going to be a tough thing to get over here. You're going to get a ton of supply in here. Supply. Where's the week start? There's no requirement. Okay, a couple things on Tesla. There's no requirement to go up anymore. So I'm gonna leave you with this here. right there. And this is where the problem comes in. This is the only problem that I see here, okay? Pivots, hide those. The only problem that I see here is the take the money and run. And I would really like to see that get higher. I'd really like to see this get higher and trade this one back here. But I don't think you're going to get it. I think what you're going to do is you're going to drag ass in here. And not only that, right? I want to explain to you what the dangers are here. If you don't see them, like you report up here, right? And you're hit with supply, right? Like Wednesday, Thursday, right? You're like hit with supply. I would really like to see like that 0 date Friday, crank this higher, but there's no requirement. You'll close your week green even if you just do this bullshit here and like come into Friday with no new high. It ain't gonna matter because you're starting. You're gonna close the week green. Yep, this would be right here. So this right here is basically your weekly low. If you come up here and all you got to do is be like here on Friday, that's it for a green week, and that gives you the weekly closing high. This can happen on Friday. I'm not sure of it. That'd be the better way to say it. So anyways, expectations, nothing's really changed here. I'm just putting this on a smaller scale for you. Expectations for Tesla. You're going to trade up here into this 350, into their ER, into your ER. This is Thursday at 1300. Just call it 10 a.m. Right there. Thursday, 10 a.m. And I would say you have to hold this. I'd say you got to hold that. Not have to, but I would like to see you hold it. I'd like to see him sell it down, and then Friday. All right, I got this wrong here. Hold on. I got the dates wrong here. Move this out back here. One more week. It's Friday, 1600. Sorry about that. Crank this back here. Just move that over. Right there. So target remains the same, 350. I'd like to see you get this 0 date Friday up here into Friday 6 p.m. or Friday at by 1600 at the latest. This is Thursday 1600, and then Friday right here. See if we can do one more pump up into that close. Just get that ram up in here. And then not only that, you're also doing the thing where you're taking out the 350 at 352, and you're attesting this high right here. And the importance of this, if you can do this, I don't ascribe like a high percentage guarantee of this. Like I would say 352, 352.50 somewhere in here. But I would like to see that, and the reason for that would be because I see it coming down. You get your equal high here, and then we drop like a stone. I think that's the best you can hope for, personally. This is the best you can hope for right here. I would be trading only this if it was me, this 350, and then look for a roll thereafter. Does that make sense? So you have the first part of the trade right here. And the second part of the trade would be next week. If you wanted to long Tesla for the continuation of the rest of ER earnings up into August 1st, I'd be trying to get long lower. Okay? Let's say it to you again and again and again and again. And I want you to think about these candles here. I want you to think about, or not candles, but this where it says daily, 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 daily. Right? I want you to also be thinking about these buyers over here. These are known ER buyers, but not known Tesla bulls. Right? Value below over here. I want to look at where those buyers were. And they were way over here. These are the real Tesla buyers over here. And they stepped back in just over here. You see these guys right here? This guy right here. That first one right there, then this guy right here. Call those guys real Tesla bulls. Happy Tesla bulls. There's somewhere right. Oh, I fucked that up. One minute here. Oh, how's that? How's that? Oh, look at that. That red bar. Out. Good job. That was almost a fucking pinstrike. Okay, so down here, just see where these guys are over here. Right in there. Excuse me. Whew. These fucking guys over here, you know, we get rid of all this ER bullshit, and we come back down into next week, and they're going to print that put side. Remember that fucking call side and that fucking put side. And, you know, like that 6.8%, I bet you, is like right here. So you get the puts printed, wick down here. Whew. There's 300 right there. That's nasty. This is going to take into the first, probably. Whammo. Known ER buyers right here. Blast through 300. Fourth, fifth. And that's the bigger trade. This is the end of the year trade over here. Or that's your real, like, that fucking thing is gonna, it's gonna moon. Day, month. These fuckers are gonna come right back in again. See them? They're over here. They're gonna come right back in again. Hold on here. Come in right there. 330. That's middle of September over there. over there. Just buying. Get the ER out of the way, start working it up. Something like that. More accumulation. Now, one note in this, if there was one note in this, you have to be careful of Tesla likes to panic sell, right? So this trend does not take into account, blasting down here and then whipping up here. So if you're looking to enter this trade for this upside move, just be looking at this descending. Be looking right here. Right in there. If you see any rolls down here, in the short term, if you see anything, like this one, right? Anything like that. If you want to get long, there's a small gap down here at 320. It's possible you get rolled over tomorrow. And that's just like dealers selling into you, not wanting to print your shit, of course, wrecking your calls and all that kind of stuff. There could be a pullback in here, possible. And you have some resistance right here. You can see it right up in here. You got resistance up in here. They're just trying to sell you down. It's possible you could roll down here and then squeeze up. If you're in a call spread, you're fine. Don't fuck with it. If you haven't entered yet, if you see any kind of drop down here, buy it before their ER. And I'm bullish on their ER. But overall, I think the better trade is lower. Somewhere down in here. Big boys over here, big boys over here. There is a setup in here to take the money and run, and then reaccumulate lower. And this would be a little bit higher. They're going to take that fucker right out by Friday. First, they're going to rock this bad boy down, and they're going to start buying this. First of the month, they're going to slam you back down again, and then that's the real trade higher. Any questions on Tesla? You guys want the disco ball? I don't have it in this office. I got to get it and bring it in here. I have the disco ball, but I don't have it here. I do. Oh, and I use the lasers. I use the fucking lasers, and I bought the fog for the fog machine. I'm about to take a break, and I'll run the disco in the. Does this work for you guys? You guys want to? I'm gonna put this in the Discord for you. Hold on, I'll put it in the Discord. Discord ball inferno. Expectations for Tesla. Tesla. Oh, hold on here. Upload a file. Yeah, I'll do Reddit if I can get to it. If I have time, I will. You got to remember my thesis on. You got to remember that my thesis on stocks like Reddit is not based on. It's based on fundamentals. It's an accumulate, buy, and hold. This looks kind of crazy, but that's what it looks like to me. Take the money and run. Tee off into the beginning of August. Remember too that I want you to remember too in here a couple things here. As you run into all this, right? You've got NFP hands off. You got FOMO, or you got FOMC. You got retail sales, durable goods. You got all kinds of inflation numbers. That's why I've got this one here at a dotted line. I think they're gonna choke you out in here. I think you're gonna like go in here and you're gonna get caught, and they're just gonna start fucking with you in here to the downside. So just be aware of it. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There's the 25th, and then this is where it's gonna get messy. Bad news, bad news, bad news, bad news, bad market news, all that kind of stuff. There's Tesla. Make sense? Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at Charm yet today, but let's go look at the main screen really quick. So let me take a peek and see what's going on here. We shouldn't go anywhere. We should be stuck in here. Let me just check and make sure. Yeah, we're parked here. We ain't fucking going nowhere. If anything, we could, who said that? We could drift down here. Just drift. Let me just check something really quick. And we have a magnet for the end of the day lower. Be very careful with downside move here. We have a magnet to the downside to keep us under, where are we at right now? We have a magnet dragging us down here below the 6,300. Be careful of this up here. The trade is done right now, by the way. There's no new trade at the moment for SPX and SPY, if you want me to just tell you, be honest with you. Let me just check one more thing. We got Captain Condor on board here now. We got a fucking Condor in the market here. We have somebody trying to fucking pin the market here. The volume's coming in to rope us in between like 629, 628, and 627. There's someone trying to pin the market here. Someone's trying to pin the market between right here. Someone's attempting to park the market right here. Make us live in here. There's a lot of death in here. This is where options go to die. Okay, so there's my Tesla outlook. If anyone says, what does Cap think about Tesla? Nothing's changed. Nothing at this point has changed. The only caveats I would make to you would be take the money and run is the norm de rigueur, or everyone thinks it's the norm de rigueur right now on tech earnings. Number two, they're probably mispriced on the upside. Number three, you could easily see a downside move in Tesla before we get to their ER. That would be to 620 to buy a dip. They'll likely print the downside at some point. What else did I say about Tesla? I expect it to outperform into the end of the year. Outside of other Mag 7 type companies, I think they're going to have a kick-ass end of the year. Try to get in on that trade if you can. If you think about your patience, you can go down there, scoop up a low. You'll have 2 or 3 opportunities. You're going to probably get an opportunity around the end of the month. You're probably going to get another opportunity at the latest, end of September, mid-September. Let's call it mid-September as on average. You want to be watching Tesla at that point. Come scream at me and say, "Hey, Cap, what do you think of him now?" Because what you can do is just buy a fuck ton of Tesla and sell puts to suckers. Sell puts to Tesla Q. There's one other thought here, and that would be that we run up. There's one other outcome. That would be where we literally run in Tesla runs, and the market runs hot, and we get destroyed at the end of the year, like we did in 2018. if that were to happen, we could look for it to happen, but what we'd want to see would be, we can't proof that right now. What you would want to see would be a breakout here. So you would see the move higher, right? The squeeze, and your down move would be something like this, and it would hold. And your daily trigger would come up, and we would do some escape velocity type stuff. But we're not there yet. So there's no reason to plan that trade just yet, because you'd still be a dip buyer down here. Does that make sense to you? Get me? So anyways, we're not there yet. We don't know the outcome there yet. And there's no reason to trade that yet. If this daily trigger comes up and we haven't lost it right here, and this thing starts to make a high and a new high, right? And you have this like 1, 2, 3 move here. You have high, you have your bottom, you have your high, and then you have your impulse move higher. Then we'll start talking about, blow off top shit early year, and then pricing in doom at the end of the year and no holiday rally. Okay? But we're not there yet. So there's no reason, no rhyme to think that's going to happen as of yet. Like, what if cap? No. Fuck you and your what if. Trade this event, and then we come back and trade the after event for Tesla. What else? There's Tesla. Next, we're going to do another big one here. We're going to do Google, Alphabet, and we'll do Alphabet, and then we'll try to get end phase in. Let's take a quick look at end phase and just see what it looks like. Because that is today after the bell. It's already squoze. Let's just take a quick, do a quick 5 minutes end phase thought process here. Let's take a quick peek at it. Probably just look at the month. Oh, God, yeah. Look at end phase. End phase. Shitter. Let's take a look at this. Goldman turns bearish on end phase. End phase. Makes target look at end phase. Goldman Sachs just turned bearish on end phase. Okay, Goldman Sachs. Let me read this to you. They have a price target of $32 at end phase here. Is one of the most oversold S&P 500 stocks so far in 2025. The bad phase for end phase appears to have continued this year as well. Zing! Following a nearly 50% decline in 2024, reasons for the underwhelming performance have ranged from weaker demand for its solar solutions, falling operating margins, and the impact of tariffs on earnings. Weakness may continue in the near term, particularly in light of a two-notch downgrade by Goldman Sachs on July 8th. Goldman Sachs analyst Brian Lee downgraded end phase energy from buy to a sell rating, while sharply reducing the price target from $32 from $77. The downgrade came as part of a broader reassessment of the residential solar sector following recent policy changes, including the latest budget bill. Top view of the... Okay, hold on. I'm going to read through some of this here. Certainty, I sure. End phase. Taken to the woodshed. There's no comments on end phase. Nobody likes end phase anymore. Look at that shit. Let's take a quick peek here. Let's just take a quick peek on this one here, just in case there's some squeeze potential. Fucking $32. Well, how about 10? How about $10 for end phase? Let's take a quick look at this one, just really quickly here. I mean, look at that fucking monthly up there. God damn. I don't know. I think end phase could rip. I'm serious. I think it fucking rip faces off. Oh, hold on. Do you know why I think this could rip faces off? Do you want me to show you? Let me turn the chart upside down and see if I can show you why I think it can rip. Or maybe you can, I can see it right here. There's, if you had shown this chart upside down, right, you get the breakout, right? And then the rest of it over here. Let's take a look at this really quick. I don't necessarily think this one's coming back at all. And I don't think it's in an accumulation phase. I think it's going lower. I think it's going to go to $10. But this fucker could probably squeeze big time. I mean, just look at this up here. 95.48. It's just begging for a fucking squeeze. It really is. Weekly triggers up here. It's trading 42. It got pushed down to 45. Had a low of 33. It wants to. It looks like it hit 32. Let's just click a little bit closer. This fucker is ready to rip. It's ready to rip right now. This thing is ready to rip into the close today. This thing is ready to fuck it. I'm gonna tell you right now, end phase moonshot. Let me look at this really quick. Down and then up. Let's accumulate. Just check this really quick. I don't know, dude. This is all bullish here. That's bullish. That's bullish. And this is looking fucking squeezy. There might be a one more drawdown here. Hold on. I would keep an eye on end phase. Let me just go back and look at this really quick. End phase is going to fucking moon. There's way more upside potential here than downside on an ER report. There's weekly. End phase looks goddamn juicy. Fuck end phase, man. End phase looks hella fucking juicy here. They got Gap City over here too. You see this? Gap City, Gap City. Super bearish, but it's got gaps everywhere. They leave all these gaps behind? Holy fuck. Hold on here. This thing's got Gap fucking City. Check this really quick. No. I think that's still kind of risky, but that's where they are right there. That's where all these guys are right there. And then more legs down. I gotta check these guys really quick. Hold on. Where's end phase? It's today. Let's check their earnings. Tuesday. ENPH. Just check these guys. 11.2% move. I got it right there too. Right about there, I got it. Bullish end phase after the bell. Just check something here real quick. Twenty-four. Where's that? Down. Nope. That signified an end right there, Feb. 2024. 25. Down. They're on an upswing. They're on an upswing right now. I'm bullish on end phase. Yeah, I'm bullish here on end phase. I'm bullish on a squeeze up here to reset a short. You know they're right here. They took it down all the way down here. Wham. They're gonna try to get short somewhere in here. The pain trade is not pain, but like the reset. The real short is like right here. I think. Now, the only problem that I see here is that they've had a lot of continuation recently at their earnings, where they just get shanked. But this looks like a turnaround. You can see it here. They got the low, they got the there, and they got the thing. This looks like accumulation to me. And they need a reason to go higher, so that would be it. Maybe just an upbeat report. Let me just check the reports really quick. ENPH. God, this is an old school meme. ENPH. In-phase energy. Let's look at how horrible their fucking numbers look. Dude, their revs are on the way up. Their estimate is low. Their EPS is low. They're under expect they could easily beat this. Let me just check this really quick elsewhere. I can see what fucking StockTwits is saying. These guys all fucking they're kind of bullish here. Just check Twitter for it really quick. What these guys are saying. It's always bears. Twitter's fucking full of bears. Bunch of fucking bears. Looks like they're already long. Too many sellers, too many fucking puts. No, it's not 12.3, it's 11 point something. It's not a bottom. People are thinking this is a bottom. It's not. It'll be a tax loss harvest. It ain't gonna be up at the end of the year. It's gonna be down. I mean, I don't like $10 fucking in my book. This fucking thing is gonna get hammered. Okay, anyways, end phase energy. Bullish on their close today. It's the only one I'm gonna look at today. I could look at SAP and ISRG if you want really quick. Bearish on SAP. I think SAP might get the right one. Sorry, wrong one. SAP. Squeeze and sell SAP, I think. Check it. Oof. Personally, I would run the fuck away from SAP. A rip and sell. This will be take the money and run. So SAP will be up and down. Up and down. Be very careful of this stock. It's not today, but it's in distribution even though you can't see it. It's there. There's distribution going on. They should have a decent report. It's all to sell. They're selling this right now. They're throwing bombs on this for a drop. I don't like this stock. Stay away from SAP. Personally, I don't like it. What's the other one? I think there's better trades. ISRG. Watch it, Moon. Intuitive Surgical. This one's interesting. This one's going to get shanked too. What is going on? This one looks like dog shit. Stay away from SAP. I'm bearish, or ISRG, Intuitive Surgical. I'm bearish. This is a good short for the end of the day, I think. Okay, let me write these down. SAP pop and drop. Pop drop. ISRG bearish. ENPH bullish on a squeeze. This does not look good here. This fucker is looking for a double correction. Do you see it? Our ISRG is looking for a double correction. This fucking thing is begging. This is not healthy here. Failure. Keep an eye on this one for later, but that fucker's looking for a double correction, some kind. Too expensive? I'll have to look into these guys, why they're looking for a double correction. They're looking for one. You can fucking see it right there. Bam, bam, bam. I don't know why Intuitive Surgical looks like this. This looks like a ragged dog right here. Keep an eye on this one. If this thing starts to lose it, it already is losing it. It's losing it right there. That's not good. None of that's good. That's weak. Bearish on ISRG. India, Sierra, Roger, Gamma. It's a nice short if you're a bear. Look at that fucking thing. Where's Chase when we need him? Okay, we're gonna look at Goog. and then we're going to be done with this for a minute. Google. Oh, dude, look at that shit. I'm so fucking sexy with that shit. Look at that fucking shit. Buy the goddamn dip. See that? Oh. I'm just play with myself for a minute here. Hold on. So fucking hot and sexy. Do you see why though? Like if you buy the dips right here, like these fucking guys, this is sell the news right here too. Oh, this look at this. These fucking guys, these fucking bears are thinking inverse head and shoulders, fucking bat wings. Goog's gonna go up, pull back, and then continue. Fucking so sexy. Look at that shit. Fucking love this stock. Such a good stock. It's Google. You guys getting rope-a-doped in SPY right now? Okay, so a couple things here. On Google for tomorrow. You got a giant-ass gap to close. You know it's going to be take the money and run, right? The only thing you need to know about Google is, do you get the new high or not? Let's find out if you do or you don't. God, it's such a good fucking trade. Look at that. Fucking $141 to fucking $191. That beats the S&P 500. Fucking outstanding. I'm going to promise you that they're going to take the money and run on Google. I promise you. They are fucking out. Now this is bullish here, a little bit more bullish here. This is good accumulation on a weekly. That looks good. Get a little bit of declining stuff over here. There could be a trap here for Google bulls. Just check 30-minute really quick. Nope, they trapped you in on SPY. Told you not to take any of those goddamn calls. There's a little bit more leg here on ER. There's still more accumulation. This is bullish, just so you know. It's not topping. This is supportive, believe it or not. Means it's not going to go to the depths of hell. What else? There is a little bit of like, you see this hourly right here? It gives you a little bit of room to, pop up and then down. So I can see why they're saying sell the news on some of these Mag 7 stocks. Let's take a look at, what does their ER say? Oh, in the wrong place. I was looking up end phase. Shit turd end phase. Where's that fucking thing? Where's that option AI thing? Earnings. Here we go. Wednesday. Goog. We're going to do Google. Let's see what their earnings look like. July, they stay on trend. Looks like stay on trend a lot. July marked a bottom in 2022, but that was a bear fucking thing. 2021 up, 2020 down. They were already in a downside move. Google's in an upside move right now. We'll do Google, seeing as the market's going nowhere. And we're going to see what Google's going to show us for the rest of this weekend. They report tomorrow after the bell. Trading 190 right now. Why is this not? Why is my shit stuck? My shit's got to be stuck. Is my shit stuck? There we go. Nope. All right, there we go. Hold on. Something going on here. Quick look at Google. See this right here? Let me tell you something here. Don't fuck with strength. Do not fuck with strength. These guys fuck. Look at all that buying in there. Fucking with strength. You're fucking out of your minds fucking with strength. Like, be out of your mind. How can you think there's a crash? You spend like 5 minutes looking at these fucking Mag 7s. Look at that. I'm assuming this is what you think is that it's an inverse head and shoulder. Hell no. Look at that. Wick, 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 wick. This thing's gonna fucking moon. This thing's going to fucking moon tomorrow. It's gonna rip their fucking faces off tomorrow. This is gonna rip their fucking faces off. There's no doubt about it. How in the fuck can a hedge fund be short here? It's a giant ass gap to close here. These fucking hedge funds are gonna pull their hedge off tomorrow. This shit's gonna fucking rip faces off. Look at that wick right there. They're lying their asses off. Oh, get rid of that. This fucker is gorgeous. I can see, though, why they're saying take the money and run. This thing's going to moon and they're going to sell into it with supply. That's for sure. This is a better buy 0 dates on Qs tomorrow. Kind of fucked us the last time, didn't they? They didn't like that we were trading synthetic longs. Google is bullish as a motherfucker. Oh, there. Just see where this thing's. I mean, we already know where it started. Just look at end of. Yeah, there's June. See right here, this fucking thing. This is where they. This is where they got started right here. Back on June OPEX ramp. Somewhere in here. Right there. Wait, we'll do this on the hour. I can do this in the day. That fucking thing's showing right there. That fucking thing's showing Moon City. Thing is showing Moon fucking City. This thing's gonna moon. Google or what is that? Fucking is Condor LVR fucking around and SPY right now? It's like all sideways garbage. I wonder if that is a trap right there. You guys want to see that? Supply. There's supply. There's See how they keep coming in right there. So you can see this right here. What I'm looking at here is like supply, down, but yep, there, supply, take it again, down there. And they're trying to take this down again. I was wrong. Now I can see why I can see why they're shorting this. I was wrong. They're trying to put a trap on. What was that? Daily. Check that daily. I'm wrong. I'm not right, I'm wrong. We gotta look closer at this. Doesn't matter either. Ain't gonna matter. You can see why they think that there's a trap here. Or why they're putting there. I can see what they're doing. There's a fucking trap here for bulls. That's not good. That's where they started right there. And there's a gap right here. You see it? There's a gap. They're going to take their money and run and get out. They're telling fibs. Fuckers a lion. Why is that? Why is it sell the news? It's got to be because of where they started. I see. There's the weekly right there. There ain't shit. Like, there ain't shit holding this up. There's nothing holding it from there to there. You get that one up there, and then you're down. What is their implied move? 5.3%, 7.2 by the 14th of August. This is underpriced. What is that, 5.3%? Oh, no. This is underpriced. Okay, hold on here. Let me just check this one more time. On the downside, that's a fucking short. Not a short today, but it's a short tomorrow. Jesus Christ. Not a short yet. It will be. Show that. There's your target. Wednesday, 1600. This is a big fucking short. It's Monday. Buy that shit and sell it by Tuesday. Somewhere over there on Wednesday, maybe. There, roll it down. Well, I gotta watch this for a minute. Okay, there's a lot to see here. So, I personally would like to see continuation into Friday. To trade this prior high. I personally would like to see this. Some kind of a squeeze up. Catch that high, but I don't think that's going to happen at all. And I don't even think you're going to get this one right here, this R4 weekly, R4, R5. I don't think you're going to get that. Maybe. I don't think you're going to get it, though. More like that. Are they going to tee the fuck off on you right here? 195 price target, 195.15. The only thing I got to say about this is, I just want to check one more thing here. This fucking thing is ready, primed, and this is the start of the trade. And they're going to fight their way to get back up and trend again. These guys are going to step back in right here and run it back up in here for the next run. This is wild. You get your double top, then you get your next leg down. There's your double correction right there. This is an interesting one. And you get a gap down here to close. This could easily lead towards like your September down there. See it over there. Your real mountain is right here. Your poop island is like here. This will be an interesting to watch. Okay, so don't get mad at me if I'm wrong on this one, but Google, I'm kind of bearish on this one. Maybe you get an extension to Friday. They're going to be up here selling. If you're a seller, just be waiting up here. 200, 195 seems more appropriate in trend. But if I was a seller, I'd be up here trying to fucking nail this thing. The only problem here is, if you're a seller, the only problem here is this equal high right here is way up here. But I can see why they're going to try to come in. I mean, if you're short, you're going to be trying to get in there. You're going to be trying to get in here, and you're going to be trying to get in here. And you're going to try, because that's a pretty big move. Like, it's definitely not accounted for. It's a 15% downside move. I can see why they're gunning for it. I can see why they're gunning to take it down. And look at that right there. Look at this one right here. I mean, look at that. Just like wham. And then ting, bam, 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 bam. Fuck. Fucking look at that. How much money is in here? It's like so much money. This one. Bam, 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 bam. I can see why they're gunning for it. I got this fucker going down violently. Wham, wham. I can see why. Okay. So there we go. There's Google. You've got my take on Google. Let's put this up here. Bullish on Google into ER, bearish afterwards. I can see why they're going to try to tee off on it. Damn. Ooh, we squeezing again? God damn it. Dude, I keep missing these trades. I've been missing trades all day long. This is how this happens, isn't it? Miss trades all day long. They brought it all the way the fuck back down here. Look at that gorgeous, like, up, down, up, down. Look at that big buy right there. Google, bullish into ER. Maybe an extension on the squeeze. The moment the market closes, though. Skull. I can see why these fuckers want to sell it. Oh, really? I missed that. Okay, so we got Google done. I got Google, bullish ER, squeeze and sell. I did Tesla already. Bullish ER. No squeeze and sell. I think we sell right on their ER up there. Huh? Paramount? They just got fucked today, didn't they? Didn't they get bent over by South Park? There's like a big fight going on right now. All right, let's leave Google alone. Look at these guys coming right in, buying it again. SPX Gamma. Move this lower. Did I post Google? Hold on, I'm missing a bunch of stuff here. Hold on. They just tried to fucking take a swipe at Apple, too. I just want to see the fucking world burn. What are you guys talking about? What's going on in the Discord? Hmm. 12,230. 100. 1530. They were crashing today. Where's the J Powell letter? Where's the J Powell letter? Hold on 1 second here.
Jon Stewart blasts
Oh, check. Check. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Hold on, my. Oh, there you go. There's my volume back. Apple coming back right now. Waiting for the pivot point. Jesus Christ, I get so scared that I'm in like left in trades and I'm not. Well, I've got written down right now Reddit. Hold on here. Cover Visa. MasterCard. I got Reddit to do. Senators are posting it. Well, I'm trying to read through what you guys are saying here. I'll post for you today. I'll do Reddit, MasterCard, and Visa. What is this shit right here? He wouldn't write a fucking letter like this. Oh, this is fucking. You can tell this is fake. The president, the White House, Washington, D.C. SPY going higher now, breaking higher. Yeah, that took like 2 seconds to figure out that was bullshit letter. Nobody would write this fucking thing. Look at the fucking apostrophe S on the second to last paragraph. Well, check it out. We're heading back up in there to 63.24 right now, cranking. Let's bring these back over again. Whoop, bring that one right over there. There's that target. There's that target. There's next target higher. There's next target higher right there. You got to be, or I shouldn't say that word. Sorry. Apologize. Regarded. You have to be highly regarded if you believe that letter. You know what's good about that letter, though, is you can just use it as a test. Write something similar and show it to someone. If they go, that looks real, just be like, okay, cool. Put him on the list of don't ever trust. Don't ever trust his opinion. Hold on here. Yeah, maybe up there. There's going to be a pullback in here, though. We might only get over the top for now. Be a little gentle here. There's 14. Let's see how I do. I love seeing what my predictions are. Like I got no fucking shame when it comes to that stuff. You know, like all these guys give you like, they don't ever tell you what they think's gonna happen. They're just like, well, it can go here, it can go there, it can go over there. And I'm like, fuck no, I'll tell you what I'll be wrong. I'll fucking tell you what I think's gonna happen. I'll leave that up there. Still think we're pinned in here. Let me just check and see if anything's changed. Now we're kind of hemmed in here. There's a little bit of expansion to 630. A little bit of expansion. 628 is the primary magnet. Let me just check SPX really quick and see, because that'll have more. Oh, hold on here. That's kind of bizarre. 6330. Ooh. There's more upside potential here. What are these fucking guys doing? Puts galore. 6290. still be scared of a sell down in the close here. Dude, what the fuck is going on, Winky? Is it just you? Are you in timeout? I think this one is worse though. I think that the letter is worse than the Pentagon fire thing. Like the Pentagon fire thing is plausible. If you saw that letter, there's no fucking way that you would think that letter were. If you just spent 2 seconds reading it, they have an apostrophe fucking S in the second to last paragraph, like third line. They put just enough in it so you could tell that it was fake. I would like to know who posted it first. Or maybe they're angry because of the Colbert thing, the Colbert and Jon Stewart. Like Jon Stewart back in the day used to do this thing with, like a long time ago, Jon Stewart used to do this go fuck yourself skit on Daily Show. Like this was like fucking 10, 20 years ago. Where he used to do this like go fuck yourself skit. But anyways, he did it again last night. Yeah, no, I agree, Winky. It should have been a little bit funnier than that. It should have been a copy pasta. Yeah, Intel or copy pasta of some kind would have been good. I don't. Is that even really a? If it's not even a good troll. Like, is that trolling? That reminds me of like Facebook memes that aren't funny at all. It would have been better if they like copy pasted something, or like make it super serious, and then have some kind of like go fuck yourself in there. That's not the letter that you would get from Jerome. You can see the perspective that it's written by. I highly doubt that Jerome is scared. Highly, highly, highly doubt. Yeah, I just don't think it's a good one. I like a good troll. I'm not actually. I'm not actually. There was a troll that did the one for the guy that cheated on his wife, and that one was fucking hilarious. If you saw that one, if you saw the one from the guy that cheated, it was fucking hilarious. It was comical as fuck. Now that one was hilarious because he like basically said that he was he said that something about like he was going to be honest about his relationship with Coldplay or something. I thought that was a nice little touch. That was kind of like low rent. Yeah, 100%, 100%. I'm with you. 100%. Or how did that thing catch fire? Like, how did that catch hit the wire? Did it hit? Did it even hit Financial Juice? It'd be comical if it did. It'd be worse if it did. Let me look. I don't see it anywhere. Did it get picked up any news sources? Uh-oh, Dad's here. Vol Wiz is here to shit on us. It's been like this, Vol Wiz. Dude, so Scotty, I fucking spent like 4 hours last night digging through all the candlesticks for like every fucking bull spot up fucking vol up trade. This is exactly what it looks like. Just like this. They like stand right on the top and they fucking send it down, right? They would squeeze, they sit right at the top, they fucking top ticket, fucking sell it on some coming news, and they don't care when it comes. They don't care if it's like now to September. They're just like slamming up there. Yeah, I got that downside move too, Dave. You looking for the equal highs, equal legs on the downside over here? You're looking for the doozy down here? I'll move it over. There is a pin in the market between there's a pin in the market between here, a pinish between here and here. There's like some kind of a fucking stupid condor. I'm going to give him to this to start. See if we bust through that first. But I see your point. Am I looking back? Oh, there's the equal leg right there, too. Yeah, they tried it already right here. You see it? Oh, let's go over the trigger screen. So this one right here, this is expected, right? But you get this one right here, right? Wham, new high. Pullback makes sense. And then rocket ship. Take a look at this really quick. I'm surprised it started early, David. I expected it to happen. I expected us to swoop up on Tuesday close to Wednesday open. I didn't expect this much squeeze in. Well, I expected this one right here, but not this one. I wanted to see the selling into the close, and then pick it up on Wednesday. It's a little bit early for me. Move that one back now. Oh, I got you. You're saying you're looking to long. Yeah, I want to see if this holds right here. There's a 1 minute trigger, 5 minute, 30 minute. I thought we'd swoop down and slide a little bit into Wednesday open. I went on a Reddit this morning. Some guy said, some guy said he was going to put his whole account. He blew up his whole account, and he was like, I'm going to buy the open on calls, and I told him not to. I was like, stay the fuck away from calls. I was like, you can buy the low and the sweep from the Friday low or Thursday low to long. This morning? Yeah, I had that in my brief last night that it was going down this morning. Then this morning they thought it was going to crash. And so, of course, I made a mockery of them and said, fuck no. I just didn't know if we were going to fade a little bit more in the late morning, early afternoon. They were trying to get it down to that. They were trying for this one right here. They tried like fucking 3 times to get it down here. Oh, this was our target right here. Hit it. Bam, up. I took that trade right there. And then we started doing this bullshit, and I was like, well, I'll start doing the shit that I, need to do, like chart everything out for people. And that was a good move right there. I had this one targeted right here for this upside move right here. And I had this one for the extension up. We hit it and then came back down. This is expected though. Even without the J-Pile letter, this is bullshit. That's just the pullback because you got the high. I didn't see any shorts. I didn't see any out of trend stuff for me today. And I don't see it either. Like I see the pullback to the daily trigger, but not until end of month, and even that is right where we were today. Like once we get there in the first, it's going to be right where we were today. So any pullback should be bought. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I see that. Yeah. And any pullbacks like on the first should be around there too. Should be. Unless the run is over and we're going to roll down into like the fucking doomish bullshit. I'm going to take a quick potty break really quick. Yeah, I'm with you on that trade 100%. 100%. You can see him right here coming in and doing it all day long too. They pinged it like here. See it right? I've been banging it all day long. And it's right up here. You could even move it a little bit higher. Let me go potty really quick. I've been working my ass off on the show today. Give me like 5. It's 3:11 right now. If you want an expectation for the close today, if you guys are looking for a preliminary expectation, up. Go on here. Let me clear all this. Let me just do it on. Let me do it somewhere else in a different chart. I'll just give these guys something to chew on. Gamma SPY. We on SPX Gamma. It's hot stocks. More move 64 drawings. Where's 630? Red. Yellow. Right back down there. 629. Right there. $631. Yellow. Oh, that should be a little bit higher. Hold on here. I fucked that up. Let me delete this. Damn it. Remove the attachment. I fucked that up. Where is that? I fucked that up. It's gonna be like right here. I got that one wrong. Let me right there. $630. There's the half. Nope. It's gonna be that one right there. No, fuck that one up. I wasn't watching. I didn't check everything. I was being fast with it. Something like that right there. Are they like projecting volatility out into like fucking December? The 9-day VIX has been running pretty good. Call vol. Let me just check out. They've been pumping this fucking like. I can see what they're talking about. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? I mean, VIX 9 days and the 30-day VIX can eat a bag of dicks, but VIX is cranking right now for VIX 9 day. VIX 9 day looks gorgeous. But, you know, I don't know what the 30-day is doing. Let's look at the 30-day. Who the fuck cares about 30-day vol VIX? Yeah, they got taken to the fucking woodshed today. You know what? I can see what they want. I'm sure what they want. I can see it clear as day. This week is supposed to be fucking red, so they want their fucking red. I can see sell the news on Tesla and Google. But even then, what's the low? I don't see any fucking lows that are lower than even today. Maybe slightly lower, or in and around there is close enough. I'm trying to like, what kind of vol are they talking about? What am I looking for here to buy? Like 628.74? Yeah, right in here. I got this right. Right fucking in here. One more ramp to close the half-back trade, pull it back, and then super ramp again into tomorrow's And look at like SPY. Yeah, SPY's like fucking hella bullish right here. The hourly triggers are turning up. If we don't trade below SPY 627.88. Yeah, right in here. If we hold this right here, you could theoretically say, which I think we ramp this and then pull back down to this. 629. What do I got there? 629.70. Hold on. Okay, I got this one right here. That's how I've got this going, right? This. I got this going just like this. Down, up, down, and then ramp. That way. That's how I have it. Something like that. I have it like this. Down, up, down, and then up. Who is this? Elian breaks ranks with Wall Street. Queens College. What the fuck are these people doing? Are these fucking people watching, like reading the letters and shit? Who's this? Oh shit, I know who he is. Fucking put that right in his fucking mouth. Yeah. Fuck off. Fucking Christ, these people. It's like never-ending fucking backstabbing. It is with my great honor to announce a trade agreement with Indonesia just now. Is everything for fucking sale in this country? Amazon founder Jeff Bezos met with President Trump for an hour last week, but no details are known about what they discussed. This whole fucking country's for sale. I'm getting angry. I need a coffee. Can't stand this shit. fucking Banana Republic we're becoming. It's like just blatant. I mean, we already were a Banana Republic, but they're just like the sheep's clothing is off now, turning into the fucking empire. Starting to feel like I'm English. Starting to feel like a little bit of Great Britain going on here. I can see, like, am I the only fucking guy here that can see the fucking the short on both Tesla and Google? Am I on my mind? Maybe I am. They're gonna try to come in and just fucking slam both of those stocks down tomorrow. I can see it. It's clear. Not right now, but I mean, like, after the bell, they're gonna take the money and run. I can see what they're gonna try to do. I'm not saying it's gonna be successful. That leads to squeezing, of course. That shit straight up leads to squeezing. But I get where they're coming from, what they're trying to do. All right, give me like it's 3:24. Give me like 5 minutes. I just gotta go pee really quick. Give me like literally 5 minutes. Just like 5 minutes. We'll do earnings. Hitting the shitter. I'm not actually hitting the shitter, but I just need to get off this goddamn chair. We're gonna do earnings. I'll be here we'll look at the earnings that I called today. Give me like 2 minutes. This day has already been ridiculous. We gotta have like is Trump talking right now? Or is he just shit posting on Truth Social? Is BA ramping already? He's like fucking calling out. So watch BA really quick. Just a heads up to you out there. BA. Indonesia will sign up big deals to purchase Boeing aircraft, American farm products, and American energy. BA, baby. Who's already been squeezing tits off now for ever. I can't do it. It's almost like it's fucking meant to be sold into. Let me go potty really. Just potty. I gotta go potty really quick. All right, what are we doing here? I gotta write charts for what? MasterCard and Reddit. Okay. Fuck is Reddit doing right now? Are we degenerating? Are we being a degenerate with Reddit, or are we fucking? This is one of those things where it's like, what's gonna happen with Reddit? It's gonna fucking moon. It's gonna rip everybody's fucking face off. Is what it's gonna do. It's gonna fucking. You know what sucks about stocks though is it ain't like SPY, and it definitely ain't like NQ. You know, like how it moves and shit. It's not liquid enough. You end up sitting around in that fucking thing for like weeks and months sometimes. Then you wake up and you're like, oh shit, it's up fucking 35% today. Well, it's kind of what sucks about trading. I don't trade a lot of like. I'll trade options on individual tickers as like a synthetic long or something, but I don't trade a lot of like options on stocks too frequently anymore. Mostly because of the time it takes. Like you gotta like you buy the dip and then you're waiting like 2-3 weeks for an event, right, to get the print. You're just waiting for like downside moves, like any downside move. As a matter of fact, we slammed into that trend line this morning. That's how you like. That's where you get long, right? Like get long, and it's too. I feel like it's too slow for me. Although I don't like trading NQ here in the show either. I would. I just don't trade it because it's so fast, and you just like people get blown the fuck up. Seems like SPY is the slow mover, or SPX, SPY. It's like just the right speed. I could be wrong. Okay, so we're coming up here, trying to trade this close right now. Target up above is 629.70. There can be an argument that will hit 630, but just note that I'm only saying 629.70 because there's supply right here. And this is the equal, or this is the half pack trade. I'll post it, but I'd be afraid of being sold into up here. They're going to try to step in up here and fuck with you. I want to like, I was trying to write it in the brief last night. Like, I feel like it's ping pong right now. Like, just like ping up, ping down, ping up, ping down. And you know what these fucking bears are looking for is for realized volatility. That's what they're looking for. Not realized. They're not looking for like when the last time with this last high that we were on yesterday. They're looking to slam it down and then have something fucking horrible happen. That's what they're looking for. So you get the downside move, but that's not the realized vol. The realized vol is when it breaks through trend. So they're like, well, we'll just keep doing this until it works. Doesn't matter how long it takes. No, it doesn't. Right? Doesn't matter if it takes until October. One of those times they're gonna catch a massive fucking print, a big ass payday. So you just keep doing it on highs, dropping bombs. I would say sellers feel more confident than they have. To some extent, rightfully so, but you figure between now and like October fucking bear, one of them is going to be right, and they're going to be like, I got it, man, I called it. And you're like, no, you've just been sitting up there dropping bombs for the past fucking 2 months. You know? And then, of course, you get all the fucking bears that are trying to sell the trend break, not wait for the trend to break with a new low. They're always in the wrong fucking side of it, so. Every fucking time. Right? You know what I'm saying? I'm being serious here. Like, I mean, we're in that season, so I mean, I get it. But, you know, when are they going to be right? I don't fucking know. This morning they thought they were right. We knew that we were going to roll down on the open this morning for another sweep leg lower, and then we knew that yesterday, right? Where price was like definitely going back down. I was hoping for a little bit more down, but they tried, and you could see them try, right? Like literally, they pinned it, and they just waited for Trump to come out and do the Indonesia thing. Not Indonesia, Philippines. They tried and tried and tried and tried and tried again. So what are they going to do now? They're going to be higher. When's if you're a bear, if you're a bear, where's the short? You want me to tell you? It's fucking higher. It's on the fucking Google earnings. You can see it clear as fucking day. Pack your shit up. If you're a bear, open your fucking suitcase. I told you this morning I'm going to ramp it up your ass, didn't I, on FinTwit? Told you on FinTwit. I'm like, we're going to ramp this fucker right back up your ass. We're going to squeeze you back up again. So we're going to squeeze you back up on Google. And I posted the chart in the Discord, if you remember. You just stand there, you know, I don't know, juggle your balls until Google goes up there. And if you see them, you know, touch the top there, you jump on with them and run that fucker down. That's how you should be doing this. For right now, at least. But I think that some sellers out there think that I think some sellers think that we're going to wake up right now by like 9 a.m. and like, you know, you're going to come into like a market, right? It tends like 9:30 right here. That we're just going to like boom red. Boom red. That can happen, but it's not yet. I'm in agreement with that happening. That's how you know the top is in or whatever, right? But you're not going to do that like with fucking Google reporting. I don't know, fucking Tesla's reporting. Banks had a good reports. Netflix had a good report. You're not going to get it today. Not like this. Not in this environment as of today. You get an FOMC coming up. You got fucking everybody and their sister reporting. There's nothing that I can see. I can understand though. Like I can understand like parking it and waiting for Trump to say something crazy. I get that. I mean, I understand the mechanics of it, but I don't think that's what their thought was. I think that their thought is, you know, you get high, fucking tee off on it, send it down, you park it, waiting for that moment. If that moment doesn't come, it'll just happen. And it's probably going to if that moment doesn't come, it's probably going to happen at, I don't know, 34.20 would be your best shot with no event. No data, no event, no shock, no nothing. What else could happen? End of earnings season. Getting close to that 450. You know, that kind of stuff, like serious major resistance. You should get a decent pullback on 34.20. Like you bump over that to trade the 3,500, theoretically. I don't think you're actually going to trade that. I think that's a carrot, maybe, but it's just a carrot right now to print 34.20. And it also tells you we're going to be up there later on down the road. But that'll be like the first real chance on just price. The whole fucking market is long. Or you scare the market. You scare buyers. And I don't think just breaking trend is, I don't think you're going to do it just breaking trend unless we're done here. And I hate when people say like, oh, it's all retail. Like, that's not all fucking retail. Like, there's not, like, I'll watch the chain. I'm watching Tasty and I'm looking at Tasty and I'm like, huh, interesting. There's, I don't know, not that many puts. Oh, all of a sudden there's 300,000 puts, 0 dates. Who fucking put all those on? Retail? Fuck out of here. That shit's called in. That shit's in a fucking terminal. Put in order for this. I know they like to blame retail for this shit, but I'm like, retail's a portion of it. Retail's like 10% or 10 to 20% of the market, sometimes 25. And right now retail right now is only 10% of the market. So who the fuck else is buying those 0 dates? No one wants to take the responsibility for it. You know?
So heads up on the feed. We have
no one's gonna be like, oh yeah, we're doing it.
Where Fed's Bowman was speaking or moderating Q&A with Sam Altman. Now we have bank CFOs speaking at the Fed event. So
we're the will. Oops. bank CFOs speak at events. I'm not interested in that. We're coming to the close right now. It's 3:44. We're gonna watch a couple. We're gonna watch End Phase, I think, and yeah, they're out of their fucking minds, man. Like I'm looking at this, like, God, this fucking what's his face saying he wants fucking Trump or this guy wants this famous economist wants Jerome removed. These guys should shut their fucking mouth and stay in their lane. I'll say it like that. Shut their mouth and stay in their fucking lane. They're out here pontificating, trying to curry fucking favor with Trump. They probably got fucking nudes of that guy fucking fucking getting pissed on in a fuck show or something. I'm serious. Like, people that shouldn't be fucking stepping. Like, you got people pontificating about Donald, or people that aren't even fucking living in this country. Ugh. So annoying. End phase. We're going to do end phase. ENPH. See what's going to happen with this shit. ENPH. Ooh, they squoze. They squoze. They kept squeezing. Nice, end phase. Should we do this on Gamma? Did I do this on Gamma? Did I chart these on Gamma, maybe? ENPH. See what we got going on here. I thought I charted this already. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it's not sticky. I thought I charted end phase out, but I ain't seeing it. ENPH. There we go. There we go. I'll put ENPH up here, see what they do. Get rid of these pivots. ENPH has an hourly trigger running through the daily trigger right now. Here's ENPH. We're just going to watch for the shits and giggles and see if this thing goes down. There could be a pullback in here, a back test of this, but I've got them going up. Down below, I've also got ISRG is reporting today after the bell, and SAP. What did I say about these two? SAP, I'm bearish on, or no, I'm up pump and dump on SAP. Let's look at these two down here. SAP pump and dump. So here's that. Oh, yeah, I'm going to move this for a minute here. Let's see how my record is. I always like seeing my record on these things. Now, my record is I count to win if we trade up. Fuck your options. If we trade the target to the upside. No, I didn't chart SAP, but I've got pump and dump on them. So we'll just count that as they should pump and then dump. We'll watch this one into the close. They're pumping right now. Here's SAP right here. Close the gap and then dump. I don't want to hear about your like, well, cap it. It's sold before open tomorrow. That's normal. That's to be expected. Should have an upside sell stop on this one.
1 minute to go now till we get the market on close imbalance data.
They're going to sell 310, I think. So here's SAP. And then I've got this one I'm actually bearish on, which is ISRG surgical. Nope. It's probably the most bearish one the one I'm most bearish on. Now, end phase should be depths of hell. But I think it's due for a squeeze. So we're going to watch this one for better positioning. ENPH, I'm bullish. SAP, sell the news. And Intuitive Surgical, sell it to the depths of hell. Let's see how we do here.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 233 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 41 million, Dow 30 sell side 9.2 million, and Mag 7 buy side 41.9 million.
I gotta pull one of these off and just check SPY here. I want to keep an eye on Google tomorrow too and make sure they don't fuck around. Catch an early print and start selling Google early. Here's SPOOs right now. They hit the upside pivot point. Well, it's 62957, but they never hit 62970. SPY didn't. Let's see how we do here in this close. Let's keep our record. I tend to think that I come in at about I'm right about 70% of the time, I think. The only thing that I don't get right oftentimes is does it hold up? But that's all fucking options bullshit. They normally come back like a week later and rip the fucking faces off. Watch ENPH here. Hopefully they report right after the bell. They can't hang out all day long. I'm back in the saddle, baby. I'm back out of vacation mode. We've got my office coming back together now. I got time to spend in the office. I'm kind of stoked. Met with a bunch of developers this past week. Pretty cool. Summertime vacation's over. We're back in the zone again. Summer doldrums over. Well, I got one more thing I gotta do. Should I get some calls for the close here? Maybe. No, I wanna wait for the pullback. Hoping for one more pullback after the bell in the morning or something. Couple notes for you into the close today. I am looking for one more pullback tomorrow. I'm hoping to get like a sweep lower in the morning. I'd like to see us trade 628 and change. Come down and trade that at some point, either today or tomorrow, whenever. Whatever that pullback is, I'm trying to get long again. If I don't get caught up losing money not trading, covering earnings reports.
News disconnected.
No. Get that rolling there. So I am looking for a quick pullback. What else? For tomorrow, economic calendar. Just a note to you for tomorrow's economic calendar that we're light on economic stuff. We've got some 30-year mortgage stuff in the morning. We do have existing home sales tomorrow. Those are fucking bad. They've been starting to hit the tape. They've been starting to hit the tape of recent, but it's getting worse. Housing is getting worse. I want you to know that. Is it the only thing I would say about housing is this. Some of housing is getting worse because they're building. That's good. There's a lot of misattributed doom with housing. That will be some of the commentary. I think Wolf Richter gave up on these fucking bears. He did. He just gave up on them. He stopped trying to correct them because they seem to think that it's going to be residential housing will be the downfall of the market. That is not true. Or the economy, not true. Everyone's a cash buyer, and anyone that own majority of people that own houses, they've rolled it or they've traded up into houses, and they've earned so much equity that they're not going to be upside down. And the number of people that pay cash today is huge. That is an unintended consequence of what happened in 2008. You can directly relate it to getting rid of fucking fraud. We need a little bit of fraud in capitalism, though, to wash people out. And so when you remove that fraud, things work properly. Just like look at some European countries. When you force people to have good credit, not overextend themselves and things like that, you get better homeowners. So I don't see that like everybody else sees that. I don't see like the housing. I don't see the housing crisis like. I mean, some of the things I read, people are like, "Oh, those people are going to get so fucked." I'm like, none of those people are getting fucked. They've been paying cash for their houses. That's anecdotal evidence. We're not ever we're not going to do 2007, 2008 under the current rules. I know Trump's trying to change a bunch of that stuff, so we might move back into that. Pop and drop on SAP. Bearish as fuck on ISRG. Looking for a massive fucking rip your face off squeeze on ENPH because everybody's so goddamn bullish. This thing is like fucking put central. This thing is put central. Looks like it needs a reset. Perfect time to reset ENPH. There is a back test down here in this cross. So you could see a quick spike down, but that is to be expected. Some kind of like quick move down. But I think it resolves to the upside. SAP, I think does, get rid of that. SAP, I think, goes moon, then sells the news. It is sitting on 306, so like 310 would be nice. Close the gap and then roll it down. Take the money and run. I'm pretty fucking bearish here in ISRG. They're just looking for a reason to fucking get sold to the depths of hell. SPY trying to climb back right now. I'm hoping I get a chance to get back in on SPY tomorrow. I'm not willing to fuck with the theta overnight. I don't want to get eaten alive unless it wasn't a call spread, so I'm hoping for the pullback to 628 in the morning. SPY trying to race up now into the bell. Nice green bars on SPOOs. 1, 2, 3, 4, trying to hit that 629.70. That target 629.70, possibly some kind of a failure at 630. We just hit it. 629.70. Tag on SPY. Woo! Tagged it. Almost perfect tick. Good job, SPY. Pimp it, baby. Hitting all the fucking targets, man. Bam, 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 bam. Like a weirdo. I had a friend of mine from my youth ask me if I was he said, are you on the spectrum? I'm like, no. Look at that beautiful fucking tag on 629.70 and SPY. Woo! All you got to do is get 7 out of 10 right. You get 7 out of 10 right. Guess what? You're in the fucking Hall of Fame. Well, around the stock market, they say you bat a 300 and you're in the Hall of Fame. Bat a fucking 700, baby. You're going to the All-Stars. Come on, ENPH. Don't fucking let me down. Watch me talk shit, and it's like ENPH down. ISRG fucking moon. SAP sell fucking 0 for 3 go on a fucking tear of L's. That would be only appropriate. There's probably somebody out there watching the show right now. It's like, oh, please, God, please, all 3 be wrong right now. Don't forget, Andy Constant said, best trader on top 10 traders on FinTwit. Captain Jim Jame on that list until I pissed him off. Oh, now they're selling right off 629.70, baby. Get down there and trade 628. Get on down there, you dirty dog. Get down there. Trade it. Get down there, Spoos. Let me buy some calls. Get on down. Come on down. Get on down there, Spoos. A little bit more, Spoos. Pound it. Oh yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. Hold on here. I got to buy some fucking SPY now. Fuck yes, SPY. Yes. Die, SPY. Die. Die. Woo. No. Keep going down. No. A little bit more. Yes. Yeah, where are you? Wait a minute. Wait for me. Wait for me. Yes. One day it's SPY. Oh, are they gonna pin us all day long tomorrow? Do I gotta sell the open tomorrow and they pin us? What am I looking at right here? Is SPY calls down there.
So a reminder, at the top of the hour, we're getting earnings from Texas Instruments for Q2 2025. EPS estimate of $1.35 and revenue estimate of 4.36.
No. Shit. I took a little. Oh. I'm long, motherfuckers. Yes. I went in a little early. I just went in just now. I should have waited a few minutes. Should have waited like 4:14 to do this. ENPH up right now. Fucking look at that. SAP closed the gap and then sold. SAP sold or hit the gap on the upside. They hit the upside gap and then sold. Pop and drop. ISRG hasn't done shit yet, so I'm 1 for 1 on this one right here. ENPH, come on, baby. They got the fucking high tick on the gap. They closed the gap at 310.99 and then immediately sold on SAP. ISRG, we have no idea about. I'm fucking like I'm like 10 for 10 today.
So,
woo!
Sorry. Second quarter EPS had $1.41, a beat on the estimate of $1.35. Revenue $4.45 billion, a beat on the estimate of $4.36 billion. Second quarter capex $1.31 billion, a beat on the estimate of $1.17 billion, and operating profit $1.56 billion, a beat on the estimate of $1.47 billion. Analog revenue of $3.45.
Look at that shit. They traded 310 and then immediately fucking sold. Like up and straight down. Wicked that shit. Uh-oh, ISRG's not going my way right now. ISRG's got a little fucking pump going on in it. This is the most... I'm super bearish on this one. If I lose this one, I'm going to be pissed. Because this one looks horrible. This one looks terrible. ISRG, fuck that company. What's up, Taya? Oh, yeah, baby. Bring my calls back. There you go. Pump it. Come on, ENPH. You can do it. I'm losing one right now. ISRG, I'm extremely bearish on it, and it's fucking going green right now. Let me check FinTwit and see what the fuck is going on.
So Texas Instruments sees third quarter EPS of $1.36 to $1.60, compared to the estimate of $1.
Let me check ISRG.
Third quarter revenue of $4.45 billion to $4.80 billion, compared to the estimate of $4.57 billion. So Texas Instruments shares falling 8% after second quarter report.
Come on, baby, sell that shit. I should post this shit on Twitter before it happens. That way people can shit on me all day long. Oh, fuck you, ISRG. God damn it. They got a bump. I got one. I'm so just on ERs so far. One win, one loss. ISRJ fucking mooning right now. Trading 540.20. That doesn't count. I lose this one. If their report is out, if they beat, I lost that one. Let me just see here. I'll take this as an L. That's an L. If you're an Intuit Surgical, you could take the money and run off that trade. That fucker went from 500 to 540. Oh, ENPH, I'm 2 for 3 for loses. Oh no, what are you doing? Are you just back testing? Just tell me it's a back test. Tell me it's just a back test. The ENPH ain't done yet. I said back test on ENPH. This one doesn't fucking count. This thing goes moon green. That's mine. I'll take ISRG as a loss. That's a fucking L. Just write this right here. Big fat fucking L. This one right here, W. This one, this motherfucker. Sorry, I should be swearing. See that? That's me right there. You see that? Did you guys get ENPH for tomorrow? That was my most confident pick right there. Keep going. You're not done. You're not fucking done. Are you done? Where do I have you tagged at? Have you going? Fuck do I have you going? 48, 50 bucks. Keep going, ENPH. You're not done. Get your ass up there. And that's a fucking W. I'll check tomorrow and see if I'm wrong on this one. This bad boy should run hot. Get up there, ENPH. So far, this is a W. This one, yeah, they're selling too, but they had a nice high tick. So I'll take that as an L. ISRG is an L. They hit the upside. 548's huge. They are selling right now, but I can't claim this one. If I had ISRG, I would have sold the fuck out of that. I would have had an auto sell on that. So that's a loss. SAP is a win. And ENPH is definitely a fucking winner. All right. Oh, you look at that little hook move in here. Look at that little Wednesday up. See this little Wednesday move right here? They might tap, though. They might still tap 628 and change. So 628.19. You might see that in the early morning, but we're going to ramp into Friday. Hopefully, if you're long ENPH, you either took the money and ran here, or you're going to wake up tomorrow and